The Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you still under oath? Mr. Tip, you're going to cross-examine the National Commissioner, I think you said for 20 minutes. Shall I set my watch?
You may set it hopefully for even less than that, Chair. Commissioner, you've heard that I have just a few topics, just a few propositions that I'd like to put to you, which I will do on behalf of the National Union of Mine Workers, the NUM.
Thank you.
These propositions deal with only one very narrow aspect, and that concerns the place of the NUM in the police planning in respect of the events of leading up to and including the 16th of August last year.
Umbuzo lona uthi ke into encinci nje uthanda ukwazi okokuba bantu valona lathathwa yi-NUM namapolisa kwenzweni ucwangciso lokuletha zisa uxolo phaya kulandawo.
And before I put those few propositions to you, I just want to clarify what the basis is for them. And firstly, none of them concern the operational details of the police action or the police planning.
Ndithanda ukuyibeka nje kabanzi lento kokuba lo mbutho ke wona awuzange uthathe enxaxheba ekwenzeni kwizicwangciso zamapolisa abangenanga nakancinci nje apho.
In other words, the position that you've articulated several times in this commission that operational details were not part of your role in this is something that we are perfectly comfortable with for the purpose of these propositions.
Njengoba besecacisile ku-commissioner okokuba yena ngokwakhe akathathanga xanduva apho kwenzeni izicwangciso zazenziwa ngabo bantu lento yayisemagxeni abo.
More pertinent is another aspect of what you've said to the Commission, which is that you were involved to some extent at a broad level and at a strategic level with the task that the police faced during that period.
Uthi wena wawuphethe kodwa ke pha phezulu kwaba babenza umsebenzi apha ezantsi.
And you're comfortable with the propositions being put to you on that basis. I will just ask you, in respect of the small handful of matters I'm going to deal with, whether it would be consistent with your understanding of the police planning and what the police had to deal with, for you to agree to those propositions, or if not, to indicate why not. Are you comfortable with that also?
Uzawutsho kokuba uyavumelana naye kanye nawuvumelani nezi zinto ndizazibeka kuwo kuba kwakuzicwangciso zazenziwe kwasetshenzwa ngeyiphi indlela.
You're comfortable with that,
Yeah, I'm comfortable.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Yeah, Valonte.
The first introductory proposition is that what the operational officers of the SAPS were dealing with, and the plan that they prepared had to embody various stages of deployment and various objectives that they sought to achieve through the deployment and the action that they took.
Andithi izicwangciso zazenziwe ngamapolisa kwakuthi kwakuzawubakho izinyathelo ezazizawuthathwa ngamaxesha namaxesha ukuze kukwenzeke injongo babeqonda ukuba yenzeke ekugqibeleni.
Yes, it is my understanding.
Ndive kanjalo nam le nto.
And for that purpose, Commissioner, it would follow, I think, that the police would have considered quite closely what precisely the nature of the situation was that they were addressing. In other words, what was really the thrust of what they had to deal with.
Ngakho ke kwakudinga ukuba amapolisa kuthi ngawo onke amaxesha ayijongisise lento bakwazi ukubona uba kwenzekani ngeliphi ixesha.
Yes, indeed, that planning takes into account the environmental and situational assessment.
Ewe kunjalo xa kuzokwenziwa icebo lokuba lo meko iyawujonga ngeyiphi indlela.
Commissioner, would you agree that the real focus of the plans as conveyed to you and as you participated in the discussions around that concerned the position of the strikers or the protesters who had by then assembled on the Kopi and their conduct?
Andithi ke yonke lento owathatha nanxaxheba kuyona yayijongwe kwakujongene nemeko eyayikhona kuba baqhankqalazi babebuthene phaya entabeni ngelo xesha.
Yes, that was part of it, but also you would recall in my submission that other stakeholders, the community, the citizens, the businesses around the place were also affected by the entire thing. So it is a comprehensive view of the situation.
Kwakungenye ingxenye yezinto zasizijongile kodwa ke njengoba ndixelele nasekuqaleni ukuba sasijonge nokukhuseleko kwabahlali nabanye abantu abakhona apho abanebusiness nezinye izinto ezazibandakanyeka kuyo le ngxaki yayikho.
Quite so, Commissioner. I heard that in your evidence, and we're entirely in agreement with you of the comprehensive nature of what had to be done. The question, this proposition, is really that the target, as it were, or perhaps that's not a good word to use, the thrust of the planning concerned the protesters.
Ndivile loo ntetho uyibeka ndivumelana nawe futhi apho commissioner kodwa ke ndithi injongo kwakuukuthi kujongane naba bantu babeqhankqalaza.
Yes.
Ewe.
And then really the heart of what I want to put to you is that in the course of your various discussions around the overview, the broad nature of the planning and the options that were considered and the purpose of it all did not identify the NUM as an organization as forming part of what the SAPS believed that it had to deal with at that time. Would that be fair?
Ndinyanisile ke xa ndithi kuyo yonke into eyenzeka phaa ngendlela naniyijongeka nendlela naniyibona ngayo njengamapolisa anibonanga okokuba i-NUM yiyo esemva kwalo onke oludushe lwenzeka phaa.
I would respond in this manner that these were employees of Lonmin. And what Lonmin had indicated to us is that in terms of the representation of the employees, they have both employees of NUM and employees of AMCU. So when we were looking at the matter, we were looking at protesters as being part of Lonmin, and some of the people could have been from the community. So we didn't use the tag NUM and AMCU. We're looking at employees and protesters.
Sasibajonge njengabaqhankqalazi abangabasebenzi be-Lonmin. Xa sithetha ne-Lonmin yathi kuthi kukho abangamalungu NUM, kukho abangamalungu AMCO, abanye ngabahlali phaya. Ngoku ke thina sasibajonge njengabasebenzi be-Lonmin.
Again, Commissioner, it's, you make a point with which we are not in dispute. Mr. Zokwana has given evidence in these proceedings. You're aware, I take it, that he is the national president of the NUM. Is that correct?
Umhlekazi uZokwana uyewanikeza ubungqina kule commission andiqonda ukuba uyena u-national president walo mbutho NUM.
Yes, I am aware.
Ewe ndiyayazi loo nto.
And he has placed evidence before the Commission of his views in relation to the nature of the protesters or strikers on the Kopi.
Unikeze ubungqina apha kule commission anikeza imibono yakhe kokuba wayibona ngoluphi uhlobo yonke lento eyenzezenzayo phaa.
Yes, I noted that.
Ewe ndivile loo nto.
And he has told the Commission that it is certainly so that there were NUM members amongst those on the Kopi, but that those members had departed from the principles of the NUM and had not responded to the attempts to give guidance to them. Would you be roughly aware of that dimension of the events?
Intetho yakhe uyaveza kokuba babekhona abantu babangamalungu e-NUM phaya kodwa ke kabalalelanga miyalelo efanele nenkambiso ye-NUM basebezikhuphile kwinkambiso zombutho.
Yes, we've heard the testimony.
Ndiyivile loo ntetho yakhe.
To come back to the proposition which I put to you, I couched it in terms of the NUM as an organization. And let me just restate it and get your comment on it if you don't mind. That when
kuweke kancinci NUM njengombutho inkambiso yayinjani uzavumelana nami xa uvuma.
When the SAPS was conceptualizing what it needed to do and drawing up its plans and the various options that it considered, the NUM as an organization did not form part of the thrust of what the SAPS believed that it had to deal with. Would that be a fair way to put the matter?
Inyaniso kokuba xa sekwenziwa icebo lokuba amapolisa akuyisebenza ngendlela enjani lena i-NUM ayizange ibandakanyeke kulezo kwelo cebo.
Maybe before I respond, let me just ask for clarity in terms of that aspect.
Make undichazele noko kabanzinyana ngalo mbuzo ukuba uthini.
Okay. I think one, I would like to understand in terms of planning operations, surely SAPS would do that alone on the site because that's their remit, that's their responsibility. The second part of the area that I may seek understanding whether I'm interpreting you well is the dealing, what you asked earlier on, dealing with protesters who are employees of the mine who may be belonging to any of the unions. Am I understanding the question to be dealing with those two parts?
Yes, Commissioner. Perhaps I could seek just to recast it, just to clarify what it is, and to ensure that my questions are entirely clear to you.
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Yes. Let me just do that in two phases. First of all, it's common knowledge within the Commission, there's no dispute whatsoever about it, that amongst those who were on the copy at the relevant times were members of the NUM, there were members of AMCU, and very likely employees who were not members of either union. It may even be that there were persons present who were not even employees of Lonman.
Yavumelana apho kwaba baqhankqalazi kwakho ababangamalungu e-NUM malungu e-AMCO abanye abangekho nasemibuthweni kukhona nabantu bebangasebenzi kulonmin.
That's the first part. You're happy with that? That would be consistent with your discussions and your understanding of the environment that the SAPS was dealing with?
I'm happy.
Ewe yavela loo nto xa kuthethwa.
And I'll just echo what I said about Mr. Zokwana's evidence, and again I'm doing it in the most brief possible terms because it's not necessary to go into great detail. He has said that the members of the NUM on the copy were in effect in transition. They had departed from the principles of the NUM. They had not listened to the attempts of the NUM to persuade people not to participate in an unprotected strike. And you probably are aware that when on the 15th of August, Mr. Zokwana went there in an attempt to address those on the copy, he was very, very directly rebuffed. None of the persons there wished to hear him. You're aware of that, are you?
Kwintetho yakhe umhlekazi uZokwana uyawaveza okokuba kwakukho abantu babengamalungu e-NUM phaya kodwa ke abasebaziqhelisana nenkambiso ye-NUM kwade kwaba ngeli xesha ezama ukuyothetha nabo phaya entabeni naye sayibona sonke into yokuba akho namnye owafuna ukummamela okokuba uthini xa ezama okokuba mayiphezwe le nto kubuyelwe enkomeni.
Yes, I'm aware that has been reported.
Ewe iyavela loo nto.
So it really is against the backdrop of of that factual circumstance that I'm putting the proposition to you in relation to the NUM as an organization.
Ndiza kuyibeka ke loo ntetho phansi kwalo mqathango kokuba i-NUM ngumbutho onjani.
And I do this, Commissioner, with a view to the fact that the Commission is, in terms of its terms of reference, required to consider what the various organizations that populate those terms did in relation to these events. So it's the NUM as an organization that comes into the picture at that stage.
Ndibeka le mibuzo kuwe Commissioner ngoba phansi kwemigqaliselo ejunjwe kuyo le commission kufanele ukuba ijonge izenzo zombutho we-NUM ukuba yintoni eyayenza noma yintoni eyaphanza ukuyenza eyaba imbangela yalento.
Do those comments sufficiently clarify the position for you, Commissioner?
Yes, they're helping.
Thank you.
Iyandinceda loo nto ukuba undicacisele.
Then let me just put the essential proposition once more, and hopefully now with that clarification you'll be able to indicate whether you agree in relation to what your discussions were at the time. That in the deliberations of the SAPS as to what it had to do during that period from the 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th of August, it saw its real task as dealing with the problems associated with those who had gathered on the Kopi.
Ukuba sendikunikile le nkcazelo ke andithi kusuka nge-13 kude kube ngomhla ka-16 amapolisa bejongene nengxaki eyayibangwe ngaba abantu aba babaphaya entabeni.
I have actually said yes.
Yes.
Ewe.
And then let me just put it in these terms, that it follows from that as a corollary that really the position of the NUM as an organization did not form part of that focus on that was held by the police operational officers in their planning for the steps that they need to take. Would you agree with that?
Uzawuvumelana nami xa ndithi ke xa kwenziwa amacebo amapolisa abengajongisanga uba lento ijongene nombutho i-NUM.
My response to that would still be that as the police, much as we understand the background that you have put forward, we were looking at employees of Lonmin that were protesting. That's the first part. Secondly, you've also indicated that there were members that were probably in transition, so therefore, those type of dynamics would be sitting with the members, not with us. So it was important for us when we start saying there should be a peaceful solution for those stakeholders that had a role to play, like the leaders of the respective unions that we have been told represent employees of Lonmin, to be engaged. So I believe this is why the provincial commissioner and the commanders in the environment reached out to AMCU, reached out to NUM. The transitional processes were not our focus, but we were looking at employees and we were looking at who could assist in the process of achieving this peaceful resolution.
Njengamapolisa ke sasijongene nengxaki eyayikhona phaya sijonge njengengxaki ephakathi komqeshi nabasebenzi bakhe bakwaLonmin. Siyayivile njengoba usitshoba kwakungabantu bamaqela ohlukile, yiko nje uprovincial commissioner waye waba nodlanondlebe nazo zombini izinhlangano ezikuzamene ukuba kuziswe uxolo phaya nocaco.
Commissioner, I don't lose sight of the breadth of what the SAPS was seeking to do in relation to getting the engagement of the various stakeholders.
Umhlekazi uthi hayi ndiyayivuma ndiyayibona zonke inzame zamapolisa okokuba benza ntoni nantoni okokuba kuze kuziswe ucango phaya.
And perhaps I can try and conclude these few questions by just redefining the proposition slightly in order to accommodate what you've just said, with which I agree.
mandiyibeke ke mhlawumbe ngenye indlela lento endifuna ukuyibuza kuyo uzokwazi ukuthi icacele kakuba ndiqonde ntoni.
And to put it in this way, that when the police and the planning and operational officers, including yourself to the extent that you were engaged in an ongoing way with those discussions, were looking at the environment, then amongst the features that they saw was the possibility of the NUM as an organization playing a role in attempts to diffuse the problem.
Njengoba ke ebenza zonke inzame amapolisa zokuba kuzise ucango phaya baye baba nothethathethana nawo wawukhona kulo apho babebona i-NUM kungabanye babantu abangancedisa ekuziseni uxolo apho.
Yes, it is true.
Ewe kunjalo.
And would it then also be so that the SAPS, in the course of its various deliberations, did not at the material times see the NUM as an organization as posing a threat to law and order in the environment?
Ngakukho xesha apho nina njengamapolisa nayibona i-NUM ngumbutho onobungozi kuyo yonke lento.
Advocate, maybe to say that judgment one may not have necessarily, subs may not have necessarily gotten to, but what we were looking for is to look for the leadership of the various stakeholders to assist in the process. And I can say that that participation from both parties was available. The NUM participated, NUM came to address members. And as you say, on the 15th there was a rejection, yes, but when we reached out, we were able to engage with the leadership of both parties.
Njengoba sisho nje kuzo zonke inzame ezenziwa ke ngamapolisa sazama ukuba sithethisane nayo yonke imibutho yeza nayo sathetha nayo njengoba kwenzeka kude kube mhla ka-15 ngemhla bayiqhala yonke lento.
Would it not be a short way of stating your proposition, part of your proposition, that Operation Platinum, which was the plan, didn't involve NUM at all?
Yes.
It wasn't directed against NUM. Now, I'm not quite sure whether the National Commissioner is aware of all the details of Operation Platinum. That's a question, presumably, which you can ask to some of the witnesses to follow. Well, isn't that essentially your proposition?
That's essentially where all of this is headed, Mr. Chair, and I'll adopt that formulation, if I may, with gratitude. Commissioner, when you've heard what the chairperson said, and if I may just remind you that at the beginning of these questions, I did say that we were not looking to you in terms of operational detail, but merely whether what I was putting to you was consistent with what you understood from your discussions in terms of what the police had to deal with.
Mandithi ke ekuqaleni ndiye ndayibeka lento kokuba sayibeka ngoluphi uhlobo kuwe okubonisa okokuba umbutho lona ke akawuzange ubandakanye ngamapolisa kwisicwangciso kwiplan le eyenziwa ekugqibeleni.
Sorry.
I did understand that.
Yes.
Ivile loo nto.
And on that basis, and recognizing that there are limitations to your involvement in the details of the plans, would it be so that your understanding is that it did not form part of the drawing up of that plan, that the NUM as an organization had to be dealt with in terms of the efforts to restore law and order? Would you agree with that?
Bona kokuba uvumelana nami kokuba kuzo zonke izicwangciso zenziwa phaya kwakungajongwe okokuba apha kujongene nombutho we-NUM.
Yes, I have said, remember, our focus were on the employees of Lonmin, to the extent that some of them could have been NUM members, some transiting, some AMCU. That was our focus.
Sasijongene njengoba ndisitshilo nabasebenzi be-Lonmin kungenzeka okokuba abanye kwakungabe NUM, abanye kungaba basebeziqhelanisa nombutho, abanye kungabe AMCU, kodwa ke bonke bangabasebenzi be-Lonmin.
Subject to that, you agree with what I've said?
Phandle koko uyavumelana nalento endithetha ngayo.
Yes, I do.
Ewe,
Thank you, Chair.
ibile umhlekazi uThip.
Beza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Good morning, Commissioner.
Sebenza.
I've just greeted the Commissioner.
Bulisa
Good
uCommissioner.
morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Advocate.
Yes.
Goes.
You are aware that I represent the families of a number of those who were killed, particularly on the 16th of August.
Aqonda ukuba uyayazi into yokuba apha mna ndimele iifamili zala madoda asweleka phaya ngale mini.
Yes, I am.
Ewe,
And the majority or all of them are present here because they are keen to get answers, and they are looking forward to getting answers from you if you are able to provide them.
ninzi ke bezifamili bakhona apha beze apha ngenjongo yokuba beve inyaniso bathole izimpendulo bathemba kokuba ezimpendulo zizawuvela apha kuwe Commissioner.
I've noted.
Yayiva loo nto?
And I'm sure that you will endeavor your best to let them go away from here with a feeling that you have done your part in elucidating for them to the extent that you are able to do so. What happened, the result of which they are now without their family members.
Ndiyethemba ukuba uzawuzama ngako konke okusemandleni akho kokuba xa behamba aba bantu bephindele ekhaya bahambe sebevile kancinci uba yintoni kahle hle eyenzeka phaya yintoni abayimbangela yayo yonke le nto.
Yes,
Appreciate-
Advocate, it remains our commitment as SAPS to tell our understanding of the facts to the best of our ability.
Thina ke njengo-SAPS sizimisele ngayo yonke indlela okokuba siyiveze le nto ngendlela eyenzeka ngayo.
And now let's relax, Commissioner. I would like you to lower your guards. Not lower your guards, but just relax. I'm asking you as a person, not as an institution. There will
Ndibuza
be
wena ke
people
njengomntu
from-
hayi njengombutho wamapolisa ndibuza
Do
wena
you,
njengomntu.
do you appreciate that the family members who are here are looking to you as a person to assist them understand to the extent that you can make them understand what happened and why what happened. You do appreciate that.
Ndiyethemba okokuba uyayiva le ntethe ndithethe ndithi mna iifemeli njengoba zilapha nje zijonge wena ke njengomntu ozawuba nenkcazelo ezawuvakala apha ukuba kwenzeka ukuthi nokuthi imbangela yokuba kwenzeke okuna yile nale.
Advocate, my answer to you is that with my multi-dimensional being and existence, being a mother, being a national commissioner, being a member of the community, I see myself as a person, as part and parcel of SAPS, because without that connection, I am not able to represent just the rear here. So the answer I was giving you is in the context of the person within the organization that is representing the responses here.
Yes.
Uthi ugeneral ewe ndiyayivuma loo nto kokuba ndingumntu ongumama ndingumntu wasekuhlaleni ndisemapoliseni ndiphethe amapolisa ndiphethe ezo zonke ezi zinto zizo yiko nje ndize apha ukuba ndizokwenza le nkcazelo.
Yes. Thank you for that. And
Siyabule.
with the Commission's permission, I'll just be a little bit intrusive and just because they are keen to know whether, in fact, you yourself have got kids. Do you have kids? If you will pardon me, I'll make that intrusion.
Uza kundixolela apha bafuna
So I
ukwazi
don't know
okokuba-
that that's relevant, but we recently adjourned early so she could attend her daughter's graduation. So I think that answers your question.
No, I didn't know that,
uza
Commissioner.
okokuba
At least that
ungumntu
has been,
nabantana na uthi commissioner wasivile okokuba omnye wabo ubegraduate kuzo kule xeshanyana eligqithileyo uthi umhlekazi ubengayazi ke loo nto.
You have any siblings?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndinabo.
Now, there have been, I would assume there have been deaths in your family, some of them tragic. Am I making
Emva
a
kokuba
right
kwifamily
assumption?
yakho kukuba kuye kwabakho abantu abaswelekalayo.
Yeah, after 50 plus of my life, I've met many of those.
Kule mnyaka endikuyo sendigqithile kumashumi amahlanu baninzi abantu abaswelekile kwifamily zam.
And you will agree, and I hope I state the obvious here, that where deaths have been tragic, they are most traumatic. You live with pain for longer than otherwise. Would you accept that?
Injalo lento kokuba xa kukho ifamily eswelekileyo ikushiya nobuhlungu ixesha elide.
It is true.
Inyani leyo.
And therefore, the people I represent are people who have that pain. And they will, towards the end of my cross-examination, I will put to you how they feel about what happened for your comments. But you do appreciate that as I put questions to you, they will seeking to see that you do appreciate that they have come here still in pain and they are expecting to get answers from you which will ease that pain.
Kuzawuthi ekugqibeleni kwemibuzo yami ndikubekele okokuba ubuhlungu babuvayo ngobuhlungu obunjani kodwa ke banethemba okokuba njengoba ulana nje uzawubonisa nawe uvelano nabo ngalobu buhlungu abakubo ngoku.
I have said we give our commitment as an organization and also myself as a leader to try to the best of my ability to respond to the issues you would raise.
Esenitshilo okokuba sisithembiso esenzayo eso njengombutho wamapolisa nami njengoba ndilana ndimi kuloo ntetho.
Yes, you keep on using the royal we, but I'll accept that that is how you express yourself.
Uthi uva uthi thina njengomntu wasebukumkaneni ke kodwa ndiyamukela ukuba xa uthi thina uthetha ngawe ngokwakho.
Now, I've been looking at, and I just would like you to confirm this. I've been looking at details about your professional life. And I've been looking at what you said about your qualifications and educational achievements. And I've wondered why, in the light of all of that, you decided to become a police commissioner.
Muthi umhlekazi usebenza ndibe ndijonge izifundo zakho apha iqualifications zonke onazo empilweni nezinto ode wazifumana ngoku into endimangazayo ukuba yintoni ke wasewenza isigqibo sokokuba ube ngukomishina wamapolisa.
Mr. Semenya?
But before you tell me why...
Mhlekazi uSemenya.
Mr. Semenya wishes to say something.
Chair, to use the expression, the reasons why the National Commissioner took the job has no assistance in helping you determine the issues which the terms of reference have invited you to address.
Uthi umhlekazi uSemenya isigqibo esenziwa ukomishina okokuba athathe lo msebenzi kakunakunceda ikomishini le okokuba ifumane inyaniso okokuba kwenzeka ntoni apha kuncedi nganto.
Mr. Sibeza?
Is that an objection? Or a comment?
It is an objection.
The objection is based on irrelevancy.
Uthi umhlekazi uSemenya ayiphathelene nalanto size ngayo apha lento ayibuza ukomishini.
Well, maybe I should not say I seek the answers because I want to determine why she became police commissioner. But I would like to confirm with the with the police commissioner, some of the facts that my learned friend led her on, indicative of her professional career and her education.
utsho umhlekazi lento endiyibuzayo
I don't think the objection related to that. It wasn't clear at the time the objection was made that that's what you intended to do. It was the direction, the objection was directed at a specific question you asked, which Mr. Semenya contends will produce an irrelevant answer.
Yes, Mr.
You
Chairman.
can't contend that evidence he led, which you wish to discuss with the witness, is irrelevant because he wouldn't have led it in the first place.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. That's why I say maybe I shouldn't have said I was wondering why she became a police commissioner. But before I put that, I see that you serve, if this information is correct, that quite apart from your position as National Police Commissioner, you serve as the chairman of the Presidential Review Committee on State-Owned Enterprises. Is that the position?
ndibona apha kuthiwa ungusihlalo nangoku kwi-presidential commission ejongene nezorhwebo zikarhulumente.
I think you'll find she's the chairperson of that body.
Yes, there's been a very big debate about whether men there refers to gender or to the Latin word manus, which means the hand that holds the chair. But that's a debate for another day.
Not going to deal with that point in our report.
Siza kuyeka ke lokuba nguchairman noma nguchairwoman uzawuthetha apha ekugqibeleni.
But just in case it offends you, Commissioner, you are referred to as the chairperson of the Presidential Review Committee on State-Owned Enterprises.
Yes, I was.
Ewe ndandinguye.
You no longer are.
No, I'm not.
Andisekho apho ngoku.
Are you still the deputy chairperson of the Independent Commission on the Remuneration of Office Bearers?
I was.
You were.
Uthi usenguye usandla ka chairperson ophathelene nemivuzo yaba bantu baphaya.
Your educational qualifications are in social work and in business administration.
Izifundo zakho ziku-social work naku-business admin andithi?
You're correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And most of your working life, you have been in related fields.
Andithi ubuninzi bempilo yakho busebenza kumsebenzi enjengaleyo.
Yes, you are right.
Ewe kunjalo.
When you did your executive management program in 1998 with the National University of Singapore, I would assume that was a course by correspondence?
Le University yase Singapore apho ufumene khona izifundo ze executive management masters ubuzenza ulapha ngokubhala correspondence.
By attendance?
Andikhona pha. Yes, okay. And the postgraduate diploma in business administration in the University of Wales, was that by attendance?
Apha xa ufunda ezifundo wazifumana kwi-University yase Wales postgraduate diploma ubulapha ekanene ubukhona phaya?
By correspondence?
Andiyenza ka correspondence le.
Now, both in terms, therefore, of your educational qualifications and in terms of your profession, it is manifest, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you didn't seek to qualify in the area of police and police administration. In other words, you never did any course on police administration.
Kuzo zonke ezifundo ubuzenzile ke nakumsebenzi awuzange ube nomdla wokuba ukujongana nezifundo eziphathelene nomsebenzi wopolisa.
The programs I studied, one, qualifies me as a general manager and a general administrator, and those skills I can carry to any organization. As my CV tells you, I've been in the public, private, as well as business space.
Indeed.
Ezi zifundo ndinazo ke khomba okokuba ndinolwazi lokuphatha nokulawula kwindawo ezohlukile njengoba ubona ndingendaba apha kwezikarhulumente ngaphandle nakwezamabhizinisi.
And perhaps if I may just close my response to you, it really doesn't matter which organization I go into, my skills are portable.
Izifundo endinazo ke ndingaya noma phi nazo akukho apho zingangeni khona.
Yes, yeah, thank you for that answer.
Enkosi.
But the question I had asked for confirmation, which seems to be so, is that by correspondence or by anything, you never really did any studies in police and police administration, whether in this country or overseas.
Kuzo zonke ezi
Yes, I
zifundo
don't want to stop you, but it seems to be common
kuzona.
cause that you never attended the police college or took any qualification in policing. Her case is that she doesn't need it because of the nature of the job that she's doing. But I don't know if you need to belabor the point. I think it's common cause, is it not?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was not seeking to belabor it, but it seems the
Sure,
common
Chairman,
cause. Can we
ukuba-
agree that it is common cause that you?
Ngomphathi akudingeki
No
ukuba nolwazi
qualification.
lomsebenzi wezamapolisa.
I've articulated the same in my statement.
Ndichazile loo nto kwi-statement sam.
Now, let's start with what I would call the positives in what you are reported to have done when you came into the position of police commissioner.
Mandiqale ke ngezi zinto ezinhle owazenza xa ungena kulo msebenzi wobukomishina bamapolisa.
When the events at Marikana happened, you were about 63, 64, 65 days in the job. Is that right?
Xa kusenzeka lento iqala lento yasemarikane ube unezinsuku ezingaba ngamashumi asithandathu nensuku ezinhlanu epoliseni.
I didn't count, I know it's about 2 months.
Andizange ndibale ndicinga nje uba kwakuzinyanga ezimbini.
Yeah, it's about 2 months. And it is fair to say that you must have come into an environment where there were a number of career police persons in very senior positions. People who had been in the police force firstly and then in the police service for a number of years.
Xa ufika ungena wafumana okokuba kukho amapolisa anamava asesikhundleni eziphezulu aseneminyaka esebenza lo msebenzi wopolisa.
It is correct.
Ewe kunjani.
Now, there have been events or incidences in which you, and you will correct me here if these were not your decisions, but you seem to have taken commendable decisions. I take it is common cause that there was the event of Mr. Andres Tatane, who was shot and killed by the police in the course of a crowd control situation. You know about that case?
Kukho izenzo nezehlakalo eziye zabakhona ke enye yazo ile yokuhlasela nokudutshulwa nokusweleka kukatata utatana pha eFree State.
I'm aware of that.
Ndinolwazi ngalona.
And I would assume, am I assuming correctly, that you would have known or you would have been informed of the fact that the police people involved were charged and that, yeah, it's common cause that they were charged, but was it with your knowledge and sanction?
Wawusazi
Chairperson.
wawuxelelwe umhlekazi Siminya.
That too is irrelevant to the proceedings governed by these terms of reference, Chair.
Uthi umhlekazi
There are 2
uSiminyana
points,
lento
actually. The
ayithetha
first is the
ngo-
one Mr. Semenya makes, the point of relevancy. The other is, I'm not sure that if the prosecution took place, her sanction was required. So if the prosecution authorities decided the policeman had to be prosecuted, they would prosecute them. And whether she sanctioned it or not is neither here nor there. So what is your answer to that objection?
Mr. Chairman, I presage this line of cross-examination by saying we want to look at some of the things that we regard as the families having been positive, if they can be attributed to the National Police Commissioner. There were people who were...
Now, I understand where you're coming from. He's making the point, Mr. Semenya, in the witness's favour, that he is suggesting knew about and sanctioned, alternatively didn't take any steps to resist the prosecution of police officers in the Tatani incident. He's making the point in her favour. I don't think in the circumstances I should disallow the question. Carry on, but keep it short, Mr.
uthi umhlekazi uSiminya lo mbuzo
it's gonna be short.
awufaki ngeni lento uthi chairman njengoba echaza umhlekazi uSiminya uthi njengefamily bathanda ukubeka izinto ekuthiwa zizinhle ezenziwa nguye ngoba xa kuze kuthweswa ityala aba babulala utatana kwaku ngenxa yokokuba ukomishina wathi mayenziwe loo nto.
I actually do not understand what you're asking me. I'm aware of the Tatani matter, but what is your question?
No, the question is, let me ask the other question. Were those police officials, before they were charged, were they suspended?
La mapolisa phambi kokuba abekwe ityala lokubulala lo muntu abe amiswa emsebenzini asuspend.
But she was not there, Chair, to speak.
Bengakabi khona ngelo xesha
National Commissioner was
Akwenzeka
not
into
in
katata.
office during
Remember,
those
Mr.
incidents.
Sebezo, that according to her statement, she was appointed on the 12th of June.
Yes.
As you pointed out, just over 2 months before the incident at Marikana. I'm not sure that the questions you're now asking her relate to anything that happened during her term of office.
Into katatana yenzeka xesha phambi kokuba ukomishina
If your
anikwe.
question is intended to be a positive one, she can't take credit for anything that happened before the 12th of June.
But she was National Commissioner. Anyway, let's talk about something where she was involved, when she was Police Commissioner.
Makasithethe ngenye ke apho abandekanyeka khona ukomishina.
The case of Mido Masia. You were very
Ityala
much a
likaMido.
National Police Commissioner then.
Mido Mashia lumfo.
This is the gentleman who is known as a taxi driver from Mozambique who was involved in an involvement with the police, which was captured and went viral in Davidton. You are aware of whom I'm talking about.
Uyayazi lento eyenzeka phaya kulo Mido taxi driver lokwakuthiwa uvela kwelaseMaputo eMozambique owaboshela emva kwenqola yamapolisa watsala estradini phaya eDavidton.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Ewe ndiyayazi.
Now, you are reported to have taken very swift action there. You are reported to have, and you will confirm this if this is so, you are reported to have suspended the officials' consent, the police officers' consent.
Kuthiwa apha amapolisa la bebandakanyeke loo nto misa wawasuspend.
You are correct.
Ewe kunjani.
And whilst I do not seek to get details from you as to on what basis you did so, but would it be fair to say that purely on the basis of what may have been reported to you without a thorough investigation into it, you felt that the best thing to do is for them to be removed, should be suspended from active service until...
Wawusenzela kokokuba aba bantu noma ungakeva yonke ingxelo ngabo kuba kude kubekho uphando olunzulu mabasuswe emsebenzini.
I think on that matter, sufficient information and evidence in terms of our protocols were at my disposal, and that allowed me to take the action that I took.
Apha ndathatha elinyathelo ngoba kwakukho ubungqina obabubonakala babubambeka nengxelo yayivezwe kum eyenza okokuba ndiyenze isigqibo.
I don't want to probe more than it is necessary to do so. Is sufficient, including the video footage that went viral?
Enye into ndibona okokuba wawuyibonile nevideo ezezazihamba zigcwele lonke izwe zibonisa leso esehlakalo.
It would certainly be part of the sufficient.
Ingxenye yayo lento ndithi yayenelisa.
And those police officers may well be found not guilty down the line, but for you, what you saw on television, amongst others, was sufficient for you to feel that those police officers should be suspended from active duty until due process has taken place.
Kungenzeka okokuba kuthi ke xa sekuthethwe ityala bafunyanwe bengenatyala kodwa kuwe ukubona laa nto yenzeka phaya kwakweneliso okokuba aba bantu bafanele noma kanjani ukuba basuswe apha kude kungene ityala labo kwenziwe isigqibo ngabo.
With the bolding and underscoring of part of sufficient, because I've said to you, given every other thing put at my disposal, the protocols, how we work, I had enough information to be able to take that decision. So it's important to say part.
Xa uzaya kwamkela into yokuba ndithi ingxenye yaso eso sigqibo zezi zinto okunye ke kwakho ingxelo eyayiziswe kum ukuba yenzeka ntoni eyandenelisa okokuba elinyathelo ndilithathayo lifanele.
Yeah, no, I accept that.
Vumelana nawe.
But it is so that those police officers were suspended in spite of the fact that it was reported that they were putting up a defense, which is not unusual these days, self-defense, that the person was endeavoring to wrestle a firearm from one of the policemen, which is why then he was dealt with in the way in which he was dealt with. But notwithstanding,
ngaphandle kwengxelo yayiveziweke ngababa bathi amapolisa enza esi senzo ezikhusela ngoba lo muntu wayezama ukuthatha umpu kwelinye lamapolisa apho.
The issues of self-defense and those and those aspects were not even part of my consideration when I took this decision.
Andizange ndithathe ingxelo ke leyo nto etethu yayithetha ukuba bebazikhusela xa ndenza esi sigqibo.
Those weren't advanced to me. They probably advanced to their lawyers and to whoever they are talking to. They were not advanced to me.
Ngoba loo ntetho ayizange ivezwe kum mhlambe bayiveza kwimaloya.
I'm making the objection that even that matter is sub judice, unrelated to the terms of reference, as a second basis of objection.
Mhlekazi uSiminya uthi ngokomthetho kasikwazi ukuthetha ngento esephambi kwenkantolo phambi kwamakhotho.
I'll respond to it by saying I'm trying to see if there is a consistency in the way in which the National Police Commissioner works, either before or after the events of the terms of this commission. Because I think the answer is already, the question that I'm going to ask next is fairly much predictable.
Uthumhlekazi unsebeza ubuza lo mbuzo.
Let me friend must be patient. I won't do anything that is improper.
You're not persisting in the question which, in the form in which you put it, to which Mr. Semenya objected.
Mr. Chairman, I was merely commending the National Commissioner that in spite of the fact that there was even a defense that was being put up by those policemen according to reports, whatever she had otherwise than just a viral video footage that went viral, she still was persuaded that this was a matter that called for the police officers to be suspended.
Mr. Semenya, the questions appear to be based upon what is alleged to be an inconsistent attitude adopted by the National Commissioner in the case of members of the police service who are accused of irregular or improper or criminal conduct. And if that's the basis of the question, I'll allow it to be asked, provided that it's kept within a very narrow ambit.
You know me, Mr. Chairman.
Uzawuvumela lo mbuzo umgcini sihlalo xa kuyinjongo inhloso yokuba abuze lo mbuzo uba ziyahambelana na ezi.
You acted swiftly there. That's the whole nub of what I'm saying. You made sure that those police officers were suspended, and irrespective of whatever they were saying in their defense.
Wathatha isigqibo sokuba mabasuspendwe la mapolisa noma beveza okokuba kwenzeke ntoni nantoni ngento oyibonile wabona ukuba yeneliso okokuba mawubakhuphe emsebenzini.
I thank you for the compliment.
Chair, I must still register the objection. What went viral, to use Mr. Nzabeza's language, are police officers who have a handcuffed man at the back of the van pulling and driving that thing. It has absolutely no relationship with the issues that obtained in Marikana. So even the inconsistency cannot manifest if those facts remain that apart.
What do you say about that comment? That objection which Mr. Semenya raises?
Bophele umuntu evenini bemtsala ayiphathelene nesahlakalo esi saseMarikana.
Mr. Chairman, one can only establish whether there is or is no consistency if one has got a basis in relation to which one can argue consistency or inconsistency. That answer that has been given is enough for me to go on to the next question, on the basis of which I will show the inconsistency.
In the question to which he objected, you're going on to the next question. So let's hear the next question, and if Mr. Semenya doesn't object to it, I won't have to make a ruling.
Indeed, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Sive kanjongo besinikiwe impendulo umbuzo olandelayo mhlawumbe umhlekazi uSiminya uzawuxhasana nalowo.
National Commissioner, the families that I represent, as you may have become aware, are unsophisticated people. They draw parallels, and you are here to assist them understand that the parallels they may be drawing are not to be drawn. Do you appreciate that? I want you to understand where I'm going to be coming from.
Ndifuna ukuveka kuhle umbuzo wami commissioner okokuba ujonge phi aba bantu ndibamele apha akungabantu abafunde kangako noko bajonga izinto xa zenzeka okokuba into ethize yenzekile yasetshenzwa ngoluhlobo le isetshenzwe ngolunye uhlobo uthi into enjengaleyo funa incazelo enjengaleyo.
Can I ask, in this case, the one that my learned friend Semenya wants me to focus on, which has got terms of reference?
Mandibuze ngalena ke size ngayo apha ephandwayo kwangoku.
Were there any suspensions of police officers who were involved in the killings?
Ukho amapolisa abandakanya kwizehlakalo zokubulala phaya amisa emsebenzini?
No.
Abekho. Were there any investigations that were conducted into the killings?
Ukho uphando olwenziwa na oMaliana nokubulawa kwaba bantu amapolisa?
Yes, by IPID.
Ewe phandwa yi-IPID.
And also this commission.
Nale commission ikolo phando kwangoku.
I'll come to what this commission is doing, because I'll put it to you that what this commission does is irrelevant to what the police should themselves be doing
Ndizawuxelela okokuba le commission
Advocate,
itshintshele
you've
ukwenza
asked me a
ntoni.
question, and that's how I'm responding. That's my understanding. If you can accept that.
Mbuzo advocate cela ukuba uyamkele impendulo njengoba ndikunika njengoba ndiva lo mbuzo wakho.
Yes, so there have been no suspensions of police officers who were
Yani
involved.
ukuthi akukho poliswa elike lamiswa emsebenzini ngezehlakalo.
I have said yes.
Ithe ewe.
None of the police people who have seen now on footage after footage shooting the people on the 16th of August with those kinds of firearms at close range, and those that we haven't seen on any footage, no one has been charged with those killings.
Akukho nelodwa kulamapolisa abonakala apha kwimfanekiso ephethe impu ejongisa edubula kubantu oye wabekwa ityala.
We as subs have not charged any of our policemen.
Thina ke njenge SAPS subs asizange sibeke amapolisa ityala.
So no one has been arrested.
Akukho oke
For one
wabanjwa
day.
ngale nto.
The police do not arrest. I've said to you, IPID is doing investigations. If they are, remember, police are policed by IPID. And investigations that would be taken on police would be taken by IPID. But as far as I am concerned, I have not charged any of the police.
Thina ke njengombutho waka SAPS
Relax, Commissioner.
asiphandi amatyala amapolisa.
Relax,
Amapolisa IP aphandwa yi-IPID ngabo ke abazawuze nesigqibo.
If there were to be arrests, are you saying the arrests would be by the IPID?
Uthi xa kukho abazawubanjwa bazawuboshwa i-IPID.
On their instruction, we will arrest.
Sizawuxelela ngabo be-IPID kube sithi esibabopha.
Let me understand this. I'm not very conversant. Are you saying the IPID have no powers to arrest anyone?
Uthi i-IPID yona
And they have
ngokwayo
been investigating.
ayinawo amandla okokuba ihambe yolibamba ilibopha ipolisa.
IPID does not have cells and all those issues. They police the police. And they actually would ensure that if there is a matter to be pursued for arrest, those issues would then take place. But we don't police ourselves. That's the principle I'm trying to bring across.
No.
Indlela ekusetshenzwa ngayo yiyo le ndikuba i-IPID ayinazo izisele apho kuvalelwa khona amapolisa. Izawuthi ke xa esenze ese sigqibo ixelele thina kube sithi esithatha elo xatha lokuba libanjwe elo polisa.
Commissioner, part of this exercise for my clients is for them to have confidence that they have fairness in the way in which the police conduct themselves and in the way in which the police conduct themselves in relation to other police persons. Do you appreciate that?
Uyayiqonda ukuba le mbuzo ndiyibuzayo ngokuba abandibameleyo babe nokweneliseko kokuba amapolisa aziphatha ngeyiphi indlela kusetshenzwa ngeyiphi indlela nokuthi bakhuselekile na ezandleni zamapolisa. Uyandivisisa apha ndithi.
Advocate, I understand you, and I am on record in my testimony
Ndiva
that
kakuhle loo nto.
the Constitution of this country demands of us to give our services in a fair and just manner. So we are committed to that as subs.
Yes, which is why, therefore, the
Ndixelele
answer. Oh, sorry.
Ndiye ndayixela loo nto nasebunqineni bam kodwa ke silawulwa ngumgaqo-siseko weli lizwe othi masisebenze ngendlela enjani.
Which is why, therefore, I am trying to get you to appreciate why I am seeking to draw parallels. Now, let me ask again the question that I put to you.
Ndibuza le mibuzo kokuba esi sehlakalo sisiphathwe ngendlela efana nesi na.
Are you saying to the Commission that the police, when they are being investigated, cannot be arrested by the IPID who do the investigation?
Uthi kum xa kuphandwa ipolisa alinako okokuba lingabanjwa yi-IPID njengoba kuyiyona waphandayo.
I did not say that.
Alishongo.
And let's understand what you are saying.
Masivaneko kokuba intona ithethayo kakuhle.
We now know from your answer that no one was arrested.
Yes.
Kude kube ngoku uthi akukho muntu owaboshwa ngesisehlakalo. Ewe.
Now, any police officers who were involved in the killings would have had to be arrested by someone.
Andithi ke xa masithi
doesn't-
amapolisa
doesn't follow
abebandakanyeka kwezi zehlakalo. Kunesidingo
The
sokuba
question
abanjwe.
is, the police who were involved in the killings had to be arrested. In the shooting, says the proposition, we submit only if culpability is
Yes,
pointed in one way or another to their conduct.
Uthi umhlekazi
Bez, what do you
uSmith.
say about that point,
Well,
Mr. Semenya?
Mr. Commissioner, members of the Commission, we have the police commissioner saying that as a result of some evidence, including the viral video footage in relation to Mr. Mido Masia, certain things were done. Police officers were suspended and arrest took place. Now, I'm simply saying, on the basis of what the commissioner had, I'm not saying because they were culpable. Otherwise, why arrest people if you know already that they are guilty? On the strength of what was available, there is no question about who killed 34 people who died. The question is whether this
I'd be
commission...
interested to know whether there's any evidence that indicates that policeman A killed deceased Z.
Yes.
Unless you're going to arrest all of them on the basis of common purpose. Unless the ballistic evidence that we've received so far, as I understand it, has been rather inconclusive. And that's a matter we'll be exploring later. But for your proposition to be able to stand, you have to be able to say that there was prima facie evidence that policeman A shot deceased Z, and that that prima facie evidence indicates that there was not merely the physical act of shooting, but there was culpability. Now, if you can establish those points, then I imagine you can proceed with the question. But the objection is that the mere fact that there's prima facie evidence that a policeman shot somebody, that in itself wouldn't justify an arrest or even presumably the laying of charge.
Bekuchazwa ke ngokomthetho apho kokuba ukuthi nje ipolisa lajongisa umbula dubula umuntu othize kungekho obungqina ukuba ipolisa elithize lilo ladubula usibanibani kube khona obungqina lolwaphulo mthetho apho akukho sizathu sokuba lingaboshwa ngelo xesha.
Commissioner, do I understand? Let me take a few steps back. We all know now that on the 16th of August, 34 people were killed by the police.
Sinolwazi ke sonke
That's common cause.
ngalo mini nge-16 August amapolisa abulala abantu abangamashumi amathathu. Xa kukho abazawuphazamisa kuyawudingeka okokuba bathi ukukhushwa. Sethemba okokuba ke niza kuyimamela le ngxelo.
You were still saying, Commissioner?
Advocate, the way you ask your question,
Yes.
I'm not a judge. I don't know whether at this point in time I can, with my 2 feet, stand here and say 34 people were killed by police. Those findings and the reports that you are considering here are going.
Lwakuzisa obobungqina ngaphambili.
And I'd like to say, Advocate, we've seen a lot of footage. You know that this commission is looking at a lot of reports. I've seen medical legal reports submitted here. I am not in a position to say yes to such a bold, broad question. And I'd like to respond to your questions, but to put me in such a position to answer such a big, vague question, it's very difficult.
Question in a more focused way, which can't be accused of being unfair.
Kucelwa umhlekazi usebenza ngokuba buze imibuzo eqondile kungabi imibuzo ebanzi njengoba esitsho ucommission.
In the interest of progress, Mr. Chairman, I want to put it to the National Commissioner that I find her response most extraordinary.
No, Mr. Sibbe, it's not for you to make comments. You're here to ask questions. The proposition you put was that 34 people have been killed by the police. Unless one knows the answers to those questions, the questions you put do have the effect of being, shall I say, inappropriate at this stage of the hearing.
No, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner members, oh, okay.
Into beyichazwa ngumgcinisihlalo apha ukuba imibuzo ebuzwe ngoku apha kusekho ubungqina obuninzi obusezawuvela apha obuzawukhomba ukuba ngomphi umpu owabulala bani kukwazi ukuthi emva koko kwenziwe uphando olufanele.
If you can carry on dealing with the matter, I'm not stopping you from dealing with the topic, but I think that
I appreciate that.
More focused questions may help us.
Beyichaza umhlekazi umgcinisihlalo kuba uyayiva le nto ebuzwa ngumhlekazi umsebenzi uyambona nokuba ukhathazwa intoni apha kukuba aba bantu abamele ngabantu abavela pha emakhaya abantu abangana izifundo eziphakeme kangako bajonga ezinye izehlakalo zamapolisa apho aye abanjwe khona akhutshwe emsebenzini ngoko nangoko uthi ngoku bafuna ukwazi okokuba yintoni kule
whether she is confirming what I assumed is common cause, both from the police themselves in their opening statements, and from everything that has been said here, that it is not an issue that the police were responsible for the deaths of the 34 people.
Mr. Sibeza. not make audible comments. They can make comments to themselves, but they mustn't make audible comments which disturb the proceedings. And I said if that happened, I would have to consider asking the person concerned to leave. Not everybody, but just the person concerned. I also said that I had a lot of sympathy for what was clearly the attitude of the family who had instructed you to ask the questions that you were asking. And while I thought your questions were too widely framed, I said I wasn't going to stop you with that line of inquiry, provided the questions were more focused. So I hope I conveyed my sympathy to the families, my understanding of where they're coming from. But I did say, and I want to say it again, that we can't have this commission proceeding if it's interrupted all the time by loud exclamations of discontent or even approval from members of the auditorium. And I hope people will understand that. But a lot of trouble has been taken to see to it that the members of the family can be here because it's regarded as important. They should be able to be here. But the need for the proceedings to proceed with decorum without audible interruptions is there, and I'm sure everybody will understand that.
Umgcinisihlalo wenza esisicelo ke mawethu uthi ngenkulu inhlonipho unovelana kakhulu nefamily eziva ubhlungu ngezinye intetho ezithethwa apha. Uthi ke kodwa makungabi khongqolo ezawuphazamisa umsebenzi apha. Siyazi okokuba kukho imibuzo ethize ezawubuza nempezulo ezithize ezizawubetha komnye umuntu ikuvise ubhlungu kodwa mawungenzi ke ingxolo ezawuvakala apha. Akukho umuntu ozawukhutshwa uthi nelungelo eliphelele lokuba apha nive yonke intetho ethethwayo.
Also like to say that shortly after we adjourned, I inquired as to the position of the lady who was distressed. And I was assured that a social worker was going to attend to her, to give her attention and assistance to overcome the quite palpable distress that she was experiencing. And I hope that when she has recovered sufficiently, she'll be able to come back into the auditorium. But I also want to ask whether there's any danger, I suppose there is to some extent, but any danger of other people being as distressed as she was. I don't know how we can avoid that, because I can understand the feelings of the members of the family, which we have to be as sympathetic to as we can be. Is there anything, comment you wish to make in that regard, Mr. Nsibeza?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think you have said everything that can possibly be said about this. I just wanted all of us, including a word from the chair again, for the boundaries to be drawn, people to understand that you have a duty and a function to perform, but also for the chair and the commission members and every one of us to know that I'm literally walking on eggshells, and there should be that level of latitude that is allowed in order for us to be able to get to where we want to get to with as little interruption as it possibly can be. I'm not aware, other than that, now that the chair has indicated to the extent that she has, and it has been interpreted, whatever the perception may have been that the chair is unsympathetic seems to be addressed. Archbishop Tutu used to say perceptions are facts to those who believe them. And we
heard him say that too. You and I, both in different capacities, had long experiences of working with him. And
yes.
Yeah, we both share that view that he's expressed so well.
Indeed.
Intetho bekhona phakathi kaMhlekazi Nsebeza nomgcinisihlalo uthi umgcinisihlalo unovelana kakhulu akusho okokuba uthetha lento engayiqondisisi okokuba inantoni imibuzo ebuzwa ngumhlekazi Nsebenza apha inako okokuba ithinte abanye abanenhliziyo ethe kodwa uye wathetha nabo uthi umgcinisihlalo uyethemba ukuba kukhona nononhlalonhle apha abaza kumjonga lo mama kuthi xa sebegcibile ngaye eselungile abuye azova okokuba kuthiwani. Akukho ke okunye ngaphezulu koko ngaphandle kokuthi nje masizame okokuba kubekho ingxoxo.
National Commissioner, I have to remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, I am.
Usengaphansi kwesifungo.
Thank you.
General.
Thank you,
Proceed with
James.
your cross-examination.
Maybe let's start there. What do you understand being under oath to mean to you, National Commission?
Xa ndibuza Commissioner, xa uthetha phansi kwesifungo yintoni oyiqondayo, yintoni ekufanele yenzeke nengenzeki?
If I use my biblical understanding, is to tell the truth and nothing else but the truth.
Xa ndisebenzisa ke ulwazi lwam leBhayibheli ukuthi mandithethe inyani,
I
nyaniso
think you'll forgive
yonke.
me if I add something else. It's the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I'm sure you understood that, you just didn't say it.
Isifungo ke ese sinaso sithi umuntu uzawuthetha inyani, nyaniso yodwa, inyaniso yonke ephelele.
You would agree that that means that the truth would sometimes be something which, because the truth is binding on your conscience, something which you would say irrespective of consequences. If it is the truth, it is the truth. Like
Ndiqonda
people will
okokuba-
say, speak the truth and shame the devil.
Ndiqonda into yokokuba inyaniso ithi kunembeza wakho isisibopho noma into ethize izawuba nemiphumela ethize kufanele uyiveze njengenyaniso xa usazokuba inyani.
As I've said, I understand it to be the classical meaning of truth and the biblical meaning of truth.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje ndiyayiqonda nyani ukuba xa uthi uthetha inyani uthetha ntoni naseBhayibhelini iyavela loo nto.
You wouldn't, for instance, suppress certain things that you know to have happened in a particular way, but you would feel you don't have to disclose them here because they may have repercussions.
Awunayo into yokokuba xa kukho ulwazi othize onalo ulicindezela ungalivezi apha ngoba lizawuba nemiphumela engafuneki.
I'd still again say I understand the meaning of the truth.
Saphinda ndiyatsho okokuba ndiyazi okokuba yintoni inyaniso.
I take that question to be yes. That response to be yes. You wouldn't suppress facts or conceal facts which you knew, but which would be compromising.
Awunako ifihla into oyazi okokuba inyaniso xa unoloyiko lokuba izawuveza izinto ezithize imiphumela engafanele.
I'm comfortable in saying I will tell the truth.
Izawuthi nje nyaniso yodwa endiza kuyithetha.
All right. We'll come back to this question of
Phinda sibuye kulo mbuzo emva kwexesha.
now. Let's just be clear about what we were saying before lunch, and I want us to take it step by step
Siyithathe kancinci kancinci le nto.
because I don't want again to show where it is common cause. Do you accept it as common cause? And please listen to me carefully.
Undimamele kakuhle apha.
Do you accept it as common cause that on the 16th of August, 34 mine workers were killed by the police?
Uyayamkela le nto njengento engakhanyelwa okokuba nge-16 zika-August kukho abantu abasebenza emgodini abangu-34 ababulawa phaya imbangela yokusweleka kwabo kwaba ngamapolisa.
I understand that 34 miners were killed. By who? I would not go that far.
Ndiyayazi okokuba kwasweleka abantu abangu-34 basebenza emgodini kodwa kuba babulawa kwangubani andinakuya apho.
Now, the police made a presentation here, which you signed off. It's called Exhibit what? What is it? Exhibit L.
Kukho inkcazelo eyavezwa ngabe-SAPS apha amapolisa i-Exhibit L exhibit L owavumelana nayo wayisayinda ukuba inyani.
Can we put up exhibit L? What's this thing? 269. Can you zoom? I'm asked by my juniors whether you can zoom. By which
Masiya
I
apha ku-269 ku-exhibit L.
understand you must expand or whatever. Just increase the size. Can you read?
It's on the screen, at least on our screen. It doesn't contain the full text. I take it you're referring to Thursday.
There, yes,
the
yes.
two lines at the foot.
Thank you,
It
Mr.
reads, Thursday, 30 protesters were killed by the police, and goes on the scene, comma, 4 more later died in hospital. And I take it it's not intended to suggest that those 4 who died in hospital somehow didn't die as a result of injuries sustained at the hands of the police. So your point is that the police presentation in effect admits that 34 people died on or after the 16th, having been killed, as it's put, by the police.
Exactly. You see that.
Uyayibona lento ugeneral apha?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyayibona. Apha kuthiwa khona ngolesine abaqhankqalazi abangamashumi amathathu babulawa ngamapolisa apho kwindawo yesahlakalo kwathi abane bayawusweleka emva kwexesha esibhedlele.
In fact, the 4 who died in hospital must be assumed on the phrasing of that sentence that they died as a consequence of the infliction of death on the minors by the police.
Xa sijonga esi sivakalisi esithi kwasweleka abangamashumi amathathu babaqhankqalazi apho nabane emapoliseni kuchazwa kokuba aba bane nabo basweleka ngenxa yesisehlakalo samapolisa.
You agree?
I see that.
Uyayibona?
And do you
You
agree?
agree, but
now?
I take it, let's leave those 4 out for the moment. It's clear 30 died on the scene, killed by the police. Right? That's what it says.
Kwasweleka amashumi amathathu apho
30 protesters were killed by the police on the scene.
I see that. Yes, I've seen it.
So that's common cause, that's what the police say. The 4, matter of interpretation, the evidence I think indicates they died as a result of injuries sustained as a result of being shot by the police, but I don't think you need, for the purpose of your argument or your cross-examination, I mean,
Yes.
the 4, the 30 would be enough for you to move forward.
Indeed, my lord. Oh.
aba bane abasweleka kasinako kwangoku kokuba babulawa ngamapolisa kodwa mhlawumbe basweleka ngezehlakalo ezenzeka phaya kodwa uza kuyeka kwangoku mhlekazi.
And Commissioner, look, this is a police presentation, and I proceed on the basis that you were advised about what the police were going to put up here. It is something that you sanctioned as the highest officer in the police service. So the police are not putting it in issue as to who killed those mine workers. They say, we killed them.
Lintetho le bhalwe apha ivela kumapolisa ndiyathemba kokuba akuyonto abayikhanyelayo bayayiveza kokuba kwenzakala esehlakalo apha kwaswelakala khona aba bantu. Nawe njengoba usiza apha wawuxelele kokuba intetho ezawuvela apha.
I note what is written here. I accept our report, but I think what is important is the question that you had asked me.
Ndiyayibona into
Earlier
ebhalwe apha ndiyayamkela ukuba ibhalwe ngolo hlobo kodwa ke umbuzo ondibuze wona.
The question I asked you before lunch,
Yes.
especially when I said, let me take
You
a
weren't
sp-
cross-examining yesterday when we had lunch, Mr. Nzibele.
Oh, yeah, before tea.
Thank you.
Before tea.
Bese
I'm
simanga
sorry,
mhlekazi
Mr.
uba xa
Chairman.
sibuya ekutyeni kusengatyiwa kanamhla.
The question I had asked before tea was to get your consensus that it is common cause that 34 people were killed by the police on the 16th of August and you said you did not know who they were killed by.
Ndithe phambi kokuba siye etiyeni ndibeka kuwo kokuba ngaloo mini kwasweleka abantu abangu-34 babulawa ngamapolisa. Impendulo yakho wathi awunawutsho kokuba babulawa ngamapolisa, wazi basweleka kanjani.
My understanding was that the context of that question was based on you asking me whether I have suspended or fired people based on that. I think we must take the entire context, because where we got to was because of that question, and I was saying, at this, I have not suspended anybody. Then we went into the discussion of this exercise.
Masiphinde umva sijonge ukuba lo mbuzo uze emva kokuba uthe wena kukhona amapolisa amisiwe emsebenzini ngezehlakalo seza ke saze sazofika kulento apho uthetha khona ngamapolisa abulala abantu.
Yes. Yeah, which is why I felt that we were mixing a lot of things. You were talking about liability, culpability, and all of that. And I sought to clear a very basic, or what I thought was basic. But now, after seeing Exhibit 11, slide 269, can we proceed on the basis that that is not now an issue after Exhibit L?
Sesibonele exhibit ke 269 phaya siyavumelana ngokokuba iyenzeka lento njengoba ivezwa apha.
We can proceed.
Ewe singachubeka.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Enkosi, Commissioner.
Now, you have also seen footage of at least scene 1 where the police killed the mine workers.
Imifanekiso phaya kwisehlakalo esesokuqala uye wayibona xa ivezwa apha.
Yes, I have.
Ewe ibonile.
Just like we had seen the footage of the Mozambican being dragged behind the wheels, in the police van, subsequent to which it was reported that he had died. So footage had been part of what you know about what happened on the 16th of August.
Njengoba wayibona ke nemfanekiso yalo mfo waseMozambique owayecalwa ngeveni yamapolisa phaya emva kwesi sehlakalo.
Yes, you are correct.
Ewe kunjani.
You also have seen footage of the shooting on the 16th.
Nemifanekiso ekubonisa apho bethuthula khona nge-16.
Where 16
wayibona
protesters, in terms of Exhibit L 267,
Exhibit L 267 beka ngolhlobo.
The fourth bullet. The third attempt succeeded in breaching the police POP line, where the armed protesters were shot at by the TRT line, protecting themselves against a perceived threat. 16 protesters were killed and 13 wounded. Most protesters were shot inside the neutral area where they had moved past the POP line of defense.
Apho kubhalwe khona kokuba inzame zabo zesithathu zokugqitha apho amapolisa athe bengagqithi khona, abaqhankqalazi baye badutshulwa ngamapolisa lawa we-TRT ezikhusela ekubeni kukhona lobu bungozi basebukhona ngelo xesha. 16 yabo basweleka apho kwathi i-13 yenzakala. Ubuninzi ke balaba baqhankqalazi bedutshulwa nje sebegqithile kule ndawo bekuthiwa bangagqithi khona beza apha ngakumapolisa lawa we-POP.
The question, therefore, for your confirmation or otherwise is this. It is an undeniable fact, even on the police version, whatever the basis is that they did so, that they killed 16 mine workers at that point in scene 1. Are we together on that one?
Apha ke siyavumelana kokuba ngaphandle kokuba sijonga izizathu zokuba kwakwenzeke ntoni nantoni, into engakhanyelanga ukuba kwasweleka abaqhankqalazi abangu-16 kweso sehlakalo.
I've already said yes.
Ndisendiyivumile loo nto.
No, you said yes to the 34. just wanted to make sure that footage, you see, the question here is that you have seen footage where these 16 people were killed
apho
in
uvume khona
C1.
wathi ewe kukusweleka kwala 34 apha ndithetha nge-16 ndithi wayibona imifanekiso apha kwasweleka khona le 16
I shall again say yes.
nalapho ndithi ewe.
And it is nice for you to say yes. Just say yes when I put certain things to you.
uthi hayi uva kamandi xa
that
uthi
are
ewe, ewe.
The
incontrovertible.
witness is entitled in appropriate circumstances to qualify an answer and can't be bullied into saying either yes or no. But there are some questions which should only be answered
Ndekazi
yes or
makayiyeke
no.
loo nto ukuba
But that's not an invariable rule.
kumandi xa
Mr.
esithi
Chairman, I'm just trying to ease the witness to realizing that sometimes it would be quicker for us to, if we were agreeing on those things that we should be agreeing.
uthi umhlekazi usebenza uzama nje ukuba ukwehliswe imimoya apha kungaphakami imoya.
Now, you have your reasons, and I'm not seeking to query your reasons. But what I am saying is, where you deal with these two comparable situations, there is bound to be questions and perceptions by those who are affected if there is no, to use a popular word these days, rational explanation as to why certain things were done and why certain things were not done. You
Uvumelana
accept
nami
that as a
okokuba
general proposition.
kwezi zihlakalo zimbini endithethe ngazo apha kwavela khona imifanekiso kuzawubakho imibuzo ebuzwa ngabo babandakanyayo kwezi zinto ukuba yintoni kwenzeka ukuthi kwesi kwenzeki kungenzeki loo nto kwesi sehlakalo.
I've heard your statement. I'll wait for the question.
Ndiyayiva intetho yakho umbuzo uthini ke mhleka.
Now, let me clear up a question that I didn't understand your answer to be earlier on. Did you say that the IPID do or do not have a power of arrest?
Andikuvanga kakuhle apha usithi la mapolisa e-IPID awanawo amagunya okubopha umuntu.
Do they or do they not have the power to arrest other police officers?
Abanawo amagunya okubopha amanye amapolisa.
They police the police, and therefore they can arrest the police. We will give them the space to arrest the police.
Bangabantu
May I ask you a
abajonge abaphanda amapolisa banalo igunya lokuba balibambe ipolisa sakubanika elogunya xa befuna.
May I ask you a question about that to clear things in my mind? I take it the members of IPED are all peace officers.
Mandichaze ngolu hlobo
Not all
aba
of them.
bakwi-IPID bangamapolisa
They have the
bona
power
ngokwabo.
of arrest, powers of arrest,
They
which
can.
all peace officers have.
They
Is
can.
that correct?
Ewe bangamapolisa njengawo onke amapolisa banawo amagunya ukuba bambophe umuntu ophula umthetho.
Are there officers in IPED? Are some of the members of IPED, are they commissioned officers in the police service?
Not in the police service. They are IPED.
Now, the reason I asked the question is you know that, generally speaking, if a member of the police service wants to arrest someone in circumstances where a warrant is necessary, police officers generally are justices of the peace, and they have the power to issue warrants of arrest. That used to be the case when I was on the bench. I take it it's still the case. Therefore, members of the service who want warrants of arrest don't have to go to a magistrate. They do sometimes, but they don't have to go to a magistrate. They can very often get warrants from police officers who are justices of the peace. Now, are there members of IPED who are justices of the peace who can, in appropriate circumstances, issue warrants of arrest when they are applied for by the investigating officers who are investigating particular cases who are members of IPED?
Because they are police of police, I take it that they have the capacity to do so, and I'm sure they can be called to, again, affirm or not affirm what I'm saying, because they have to arrest us when we are wrong.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're in the same boat that I am. You think that's the case. We're not quite sure. We can easily find out.
I am saying they have to, I confirm that they have to arrest us
Yes.
if we are wrong.
into endiyaziyo kokuba banalo igunya lokubopha elinye ipolisa
They don't need your permission, for
No.
example.
ndophule umthetho ubebuzwa ke ngumkomishina okokuba banawo na amapolisa kwizirenke eziphakeme abazi-commission officers abakwaziyo okokuba bakhuphe i-warrant of arrest xa kufanele kubanjwe elinye ipolisa. Uthi apho ke bazawubizwa bachaze bona ngokwabo xa ifuneka loo nto.
And if they, if a member of IPID arrests a member of the police service, then either with or without a warrant, the member of IPID would presumably take the arrested accused to the local police station
Yes.
to be put in the police cells. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
And I take it the arrested person would be duly received and lodged in the cells and entered in the cell register without demur.
Absolutely.
Uthi ukomishina ngokuyiqonda
Anyway,
kwami
that
le nto ke,
clarifies the problem, your point.
akukho
Mr. I hope
uphando
Yeah, part of it,
abe-IP'd. Kubanjwa ipolisa lizawuthatha liyawuvalelwa kwi-police station ekufuphi nalapho libanjwa khona livalelwe apho njengaye wonke omnye umntu.
In fact, I'm advised that in terms of the IPID Act, the IPID has got specific powers of arrest.
Yes.
I think in terms of Section 20 something.
Ndiva kuthiwa kukho umthetho wenziwa ngaphansi kwe-IPID apho banikwa khona amagunya okubopha. Ewe.
Now, what is the relationship between the IPID and your office as the National Commissioner of Police?
Buza ke ngobudlelwano obukhona phakathi kwenu ama-SAPS njengokomishina wawo naba be-IPID.
None whatsoever other than them policing us and arresting us. They are independent.
Bazimele ngokwabo ngaphandle kokuthi ke bangamapolisa ajonga amanye amapolisa kuzaphulo mthetho akukho bunye ubudlelwano obukhona.
Are they not answerable to you?
Abasi ngaphansi kwakho ababe-IPID?
No.
Hayi. Bekho phansi kwami.
Who are they accountable to?
Ngubani ke owaphethe onke amapolisa e-IPID?
To the Minister of Police.
Baphethwe nguminister wamapolisa.
I see. Neither administratively nor in any other way are they answerable to you as
Akukho
the
nje
National Commissioner.
apho nihlangana khona apho beza kuwe ngezinto ezithize mhlawumbe imfuno ezithize beze kuwe njengocommissioner wamapolisa.
No.
Mr. Beza, I understand that IPID is regulated by legislation, and we will endeavour to get the legislation during the lunch adjournment. And so I suggest, unless it's necessary for you to do so,
Right.
you move on, because what you're asking really is what are the legal provisions applicable to the case of IPID. They are in legislation. Perhaps the evidence leaders can assist us. Otherwise, we'll have to use our own resources. But we'll hope to have them by the end of lunchtime. And if necessary, we'll give you a copy. If necessary, you can then return to the matter if
Thank
there's
you, Mr.
anything
Chairman.
left that needs to be covered.
Thank you, Mr.
Uzawuphinda unikwe igunya lokuba ubuye kule ndawo mhlekazi nisebenza ngoba kukho umthetho ophathelene namapolisa e-IPID sawuzama siwufumane ngoku ngelantshi.
So, you are saying they are independent. Certainly, they are independent of being manipulated by you as police commissioner.
Ngoba uthi bemi bodwa ke wena njengo National Commissioner wamapolisa awunakwenza nabo kuba ngabaxela babenze ntoni.
I do not have those powers.
Andinawo lawo mandla.
You say, however, they are answerable to the Minister of Police.
Uthi umuntu abareport kuyena ngumphathiswa uminister.
Yes, I've said so.
Ewe ntsho njalo.
Do you understand that relationship to be that he is just the minister responsible for police services, or is it an oversight responsibility on the part of the minister?
Nguye lo minister ngumphathiswa wamapolisa ikanye ngomunye umsebenzi ongaseselwa owenzayo.
Your question is not clear to me. Are you saying...
Awucacanga kakuhle lo mbuzo.
Again, I don't want to interrupt you unduly, but if we're going to have the legislation, many of these questions you're asking, I think, will be answered by the legislation. You will be able, if I may say so, to cross-examine the witness more effectively, perhaps, if you're armed with the statute. Because then you'll be able to check her answers against what the statute says, and if her answers are wrong, well, then you can deal with it. But if it's convenient for you, I would like to suggest to you leave this matter over till after lunch, unless you've got no other cross-examination material at the moment.
Sijongile umthetho kokuba ubeka ngoluphi uhlobo. Siphinde sibuye kule mbuzo ngaphandle kokuba khona enye into ofuna ukuthetha ngayo.
Okay. No, I accept the indication from Chairman. Now, your own appointment is in terms of the Constitution, I believe, section 207 of the Constitution. Section 207, subsection 1, the President as head of the National Executive must appoint a woman or a man as the National Commissioner of the Police Service to control and manage the police service. Is that the section in terms of your appointment?
Andithi section 207 umthetho yomgaqo seko iyona evumba upresident welizwe kube nguye obeka ucommissioner ophethe amapolisa azokwazi okokuba kuye nguyena olawulayo no phethe apho kwezamapolisa.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, you are appointed to exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing.
Andithi unikwe amagunya okulawula nokuphatha apha kwezamapolisa kodwa ke wena ube uphethwe ngumphathiswa ophethe ezezamapolisa.
Yes.
Ewe.
So you have, in terms of this and I suppose national legislation, you have a relationship with the minister or the cabinet member responsible for policing. And when you exercise control over and manage the police service, it is in terms of the national policing policy and the directions of the Minister of Police.
Andithi kunjalo kokuba umgaqo siseko ukunika lamagunya kokuba uphathe ulawule ngokubambisana no minister nange miyalelo evela kuye umphathiswa.
Yes.
Ewe.
Now, when it says directions of the Minister of Police, what do you understand it to mean?
Apha ithi khona ngemiyalelo evela kumphathiswa ichaza ntoni apho kakuhle umgaqo seko?
Directions, that section actually even talks about policies. So it's important to look at that because in terms of policies, those policy directives are get from the minister.
Apho ithetha khona ngepolisi imigaqo inkambiso nemigaqo seko yamapolisa leyo evela kuyena umphathiswa.
Typically, what would the directions from the national minister be to you?
Into enjengantoni engaba ngumyalelo ovela kumphathiswa oza kuwe.
So
Into
you are
efana-
appointed by the president, but the constitution says you must get directions from the cabinet member responsible. What kind of directions?
Andithi
It says policy directions, as I understand. not
Is it
just-
policy directions?
Yes.
apha kumphathiswa ulandela imigaqo yentsebenzo ebekwe kulowo mphathiswa.
Is that what you understand the position to be? That the minister would be giving you policy directions?
Nje uyiva ngolo hlobo kokuba umphathiswa yena uza kunika nje indlela yentsebenzo imigaqo ukuba kusetyenzwa ngolu hlobo.
That's what the Constitution and the Act also demands.
Gaqo seko ubeka ngolo hlobo nomthetho ke wesipolisa utsho now.
Now, you must be familiar with the provisions of the South African Service Police Act 68 of 1995. And I will,
The South African Police Services Act.
yes,
You said-
I
you
think that's
said-
what it is called.
You said something else, never mind. It's the South African Police Services Act.
Yes,
What's the number
South
and the year?
African Police. Is it services?
Yes. What's the number and year?
Or 68 of 1995, I think I saw it. 68 of
Umthetho 68 ka
1995.
1995 lo uphethe amapolisa. Ndiyabona ukuba uyawazi.
Yes.
Ewe.
And you are aware of the provisions where if there is an expression of a loss of confidence by the cabinet member responsible for policing in the national commissioner, that would form a basis for that cabinet member approaching the president for the establishment of a board of inquiry into whatever it is that the national minister is dissatisfied with. You are aware of those provisions.
Kukho apho kuthi khona phansi kulo mthetho xa kukho into ethize umphathiswa angeneliswanga ngayo ngekomishina kuyakwazi okokuba aye kumrhulumente kupresident amcele okokuba kwenziwe uphando ngaleso sityholo esijongiswa kukomishini.
I think it's in sections 6 to 8 of that act, where the whole issue about what leads to a disciplinary action against a national police commissioner.
Uthi section ezisuka pha ku6 ukuya ku8 apho zithetha khona ngezinye amanyathelo maqale kufanele athathwe xa kuphandwa izinto ezithize zingenelisi ngekomishini.
You are aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware.
Ewe ndiyayazi lo.
Without asking you to express whether you are aware of the facts, that would be in terms of, that would have been the sections that would have been relied upon for the removal of your predecessor. Or don't you want to express a view?
Uyazi okokuba zezo section ezasetshenziswa xa kuzawususwa esihlalweni lube ngaphambi kwakho.
We can't see any relevance of that question, Chair.
Uthi umhlekazi uSiminya hayi ke
Mr. Beza,
masingena kwezo aziphathelene nayo.
Objection from Mr. Semenya, as you've heard, on the grounds that the question is not relevant to any of the issues arising under the terms of reference.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the relevance thereof is, one, whether the witness is aware of the section in terms whereof she can be removed from office with the intervention of the minister, and whether, therefore, that has got an effect on how she conducts herself towards the minister.
Uthi umhlekazi uSiminya ubuza le mbuzo xa ebuzwa
If she is aware that, for instance, her predecessor was removed because of the active intervention of the minister in the manner described in the Act, then that has implications about how he conducts herself, she conducts herself. So,
ubuza lembuzo umhlekazi usebenza uthi buzo kuba uyazi na ukomishina ngale mithetho lena na manyathelo angathathwa athathwa kulo ngaphambi kwakhe ubuzo kokuba akuyonto enefuthe.
I'm not asking for the facts of that case.
I understand your question relates simply to the question whether she's aware of those provisions. Is that correct? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, whether she's aware of those provisions and whether she's aware that those are the provisions that would have been used for the removal of a predecessor.
No. All right.
We have a problem to the second part. Whatever answer it is irrelevant to the terms of reference.
I'll allow the first half of the question, I won't allow the second. Carry on. It's actually a double question anyway, which we don't encourage. I'll allow you to ask the first question and not the second.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the first question has been answered.
I've already answered you on the first question. I've said yes, I am aware, and that instrument will be used for anybody who ever becomes a commissioner of police.
Ndiyazi ukuba lo mthetho usebenza ngoluphi uhlobo. Ndiyazi futhi okokuba ungasetshenziswa noma kweyiphi iCommissioner xa kunesidingo sokokuba kwenziwe kuthathe lawo maqatha.
And I think that answers the second question to which there had been an objection, but it's okay.
Leyo mpendulo iphendula ke nalo mbuzo wesibini bendiwubuzile.
Occasionally she's answered the second question because she says that provision would be used against anyone holding the office. So that
the
would
police
presumably
commission,
include
like her predecessor.
So let's move on.
It's yours. It's not mine.
Yangeza ke umhlekazi okokuba njengalo wakhutshwa.
That is why, Commissioner, I asked you whether you understand that when you take an oath of office like you have done, but particularly when in proceedings of this nature you take an oath to speak the truth, the whole truth and nothing else but the truth. It would have to be also in relevance to issues which, though they are the truth, may have repercussions for your position as a national commissioner. Understand what I'm saying?
Ngoba xa uthi nolwazi lokuba lo mthetho unokusetshenziswa noma ngakubani okokuba xa uthatha isifungo esisokuba uyawuthetha inyaniso apha kungenzeka okokuba kubekho inyaniso ethize ongafuni ukuyiveza ngoba ingahle ibe nemiphumela ethize engabanala imbangela.
Advocate, whatever I do, whether I'm in this commission, whether I'm outside this commission, by virtue of being in this position, I understand the significance, the importance of my actions as I act officially. So it really, the truth in terms of this commission, I've committed to, and what I do as part of my being a commissioner affects everything I do.
Njenge-commissioner ke noma ndilapha noma ndikuphi ndenza umsebenzi wami phansi kwekambiso nemigaselo ebekiwe ngaso sonke ngawo onke amaxesha njengoba ndilana njena ndithethe isifungo sokuba ndizawuthetha inyaniso ndiyithetha njengoba injalo.
Now I'm putting this question to you because I'm not going to explore in much detail as counsel for Lonmin did when he was cross-examining you. But I want to put a proposition to you that the whole discrepancy about a page that was a fit and a misfit and a fit again and all of that is the following. And it hinges on a very delicate balance that has to be struck between whether or not you acted as a result of being instructed to do a particular thing, or whether you acted without instruction. Let me put the questions as I understood them.
bechaza kokuba uzombuza lo mbuzo lona ngesizathu esilandelayo kanongena nzulu njengokhansela welonmini kodwa ke uyawubeka le mbuzo okokuba eliyakhasi lali lahlekile lingekho isizathu sakhona uzokusiveza kokuba sesisilandelayo.
Now, you went down this path. But my proposition is premised on these critical areas as I understood it. There is a statement in paragraph 24 of which you said, when you say you talked to Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed you about the tragedy, etc., and then you say, I then related the same information to the Minister of Police telephonically, who advised me to attend to the matter personally so that I can have a first-hand account of the incident. Remember that statement.
Sivakalisi 24 apho wawuchaza khona okokuba kuthe xa kwenzeka lento wafumana ingxelo evela ku General Umbombo owaxela ukuba kwenzekeni waqhamshelana nominister ngomnceba wathi ke uminister kuwe yiya wena ngokwakho apho uyozibonela ukuba kwenzeka ntoni.
You remember that statement?
Uyayikhumbula loo ntetho?
I remember that statement which I corrected.
Ewe ndiyayikhumbula loo ntetho kodwa ndayilungisa.
Let's take it step by step. I don't want you to say, you see,
Masithathe kancinci kancinci.
you remember that statement.
Masingangxami.
No,
Uyayikhumbula?
Now there is a statement, however, and I understand that you disowned it.
Mr. Mezes, before you carry on.
I didn't realize
No,
that.
I know you didn't. That's why I'm telling you. Mr. Semenya's turned on his light. He wants to say something. So I think we should give him the courtesy of giving him a hearing before we proceed further. Mr. Semenya?
No, the witness had qualified that she remembers the statement and she corrected it. Mr. Ntsabeza was taking up issue with that. The objection was that the question was asked and answered.
Umbuzo ubuziwe waphendula uphendulile ugeneral ukuba ewe ndiyasazi eso statement ndasilungisa.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I did not mean to be discourteous to Mr. Semenya. Elsewhere, he sits next to me. Now he sits very far from where I sit. So I didn't really hear that he was raising an objection.
I don't think he meant to be. I don't think he.
Certainly I
didn't intend to suggest you were discourteous, and I'm sure he didn't intend that either. He realized that sitting where he does, you can't see him when he turns on his microphone. So we can put the discourtesy to the side. His complaint is, he says, the question has been asked and answered.
No, I accept that qualification. She said she withdrew it. No, I proceed on that basis. In fact, and these circumstances were exhaustively dealt with by, I think, Skalkberger, the Lawnmen Council.
Nento ke uyathetha kabanzi ngayo uSkalkberger ummeli advocate emele iLawnmen.
But the statement, I understand, you became comfortable with.
Oda eso statement ke
After correcting it, was read the following, and that is the same paragraph 24, in what has come to be known as the misfit page. But I'm not going to go into that. What you were quite content to be associated with is that you say, I then related the same information to the Minister of Police telephonically and advised him that I shall be attending to the matter personally.
Apha kwesi statement ke uthi wamxelela umphathiswa ngefone xela ukuba kwenzeka ntoni yavela kuwe into yokokuba ndizawuya mna ndiyojonga uba kwenzeka ntoni.
You remember that is the statement that you were very keen to accept as your evidence.
Advocate, I think before I even go there, you're making very serious overtures.
Mandithi phambi kokuba ndiphendule loo nto le nto ithethayo inzulu gqitha.
Because the statements that you're talking about were dealt with by my lawyers on the very first day when I came here to make my presentation. They were raised by Skull Berger. We went by Advocate Berger. We went back to that to correct the very same thing.
Advocate Skull Berger
What bothers me with what you're saying, you are then saying there is a statement and I came to be comfortable with some version. And I want to say to you, the version that you say I came to be comfortable with is actually my statement. And I've explained to this commission the process, how I got to my statement, which is the statement that you received even the first time. So I don't understand this whole issue to say there was a statement and then I came to be comfortable with it. And those are the overtures that bothers me.
Esi statement ndibaxelela okokuba sesami apha uthi si statement endoneliseka ngaso kanti iyo intetho ebendiyiveza.
Well, I was getting worried when you said I'm making overtures to you, but I accept what you say in the context of what you are saying. But what I am actually getting at is this. The debate in this commission about a fit, a misfit, how you made the statement, who made the statement, and all of that has been so exhausted, I don't want us to get there. Do you understand that?
Uyandivisa apha ndithi into yokokuba yenzeka kanjani lento sangena kanjani saphuma kanjani eso statement andinawungena kuyo ngoku ngoba kuke kwagxilwa kwathetha.
And I accept what you are saying as to how you came to make the statement, but it was tested. What we will make of it is another thing. What I am putting to you, and which is what I will argue on behalf of the families, seeks to say the two statements have one critical difference between them. The first statement I read to you purports to say you were advised by the minister as to what you must do.
Sithi eso statement wena waxelelwa nguminister kwaba nguye oxelela ukuba yenza ntoni.
Now you say you corrected that statement, and I'm not going to quarrel with you, but the statement that now you were comfortable with, and when I say you were comfortable with, I'm not seeking to insinuate anything other than that you were happy that the statement then says you advise the minister rather than the other way around. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Uyandivisisa apho ndithi statement esi owanela ngaso ndithi statement osamkelayo kokuba sesakho apho usithi nguwe owaxela uminister okokuba maxathumane ozowathatha.
You get that? That the critical difference is that in the one statement that had to be withdrawn for whatever reason, that has been canvassed, and the statement that eventually, at your insistence, was accepted to be what you say is your statement, the critical difference is that the statement that you withdraw is the one that purports to say the minister told you what you must do. You must go and attend to the matter personally. Go and get a first-hand account of the incident. That's the statement you withdraw. The other one which goes in is where you say you advise the minister that you would be attending to the matter personally.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Mbezi. There are in fact two differences. You said there's one difference. There are two differences. The other difference is in paragraph 20.
Uthi umgcinisihlalo kukho enye indawo apho kunomahluko khona.
Where she talks of an earlier call that she'd received from Lieutenant General Mbomba.
Yes, 23.
Who informed her in the version which I think she is comfortable with, to use your expression. She said, on the afternoon of August 16, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbomba, who informed me of the decision to implement a dispersal operation of the plan. The other statement, which she's explained and dealt with in her evidence, read slightly differently. On the afternoon of August 16, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbomba, who informed me of the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan, which information I relayed to the minister. So there are actually two differences. You said there was one. I don't know if there's any significance, but in the fact, but in the point, but
yes, there are, Mr. Chairman. I agree with you, but the point really that I want to converse with the witness is the extent to which the relationship between her and the minister is one where, if the earlier statement had been accepted, then a number of consequences might come out of it.
Chair.
About the earlier witness statement, that's not correct either, as I understand it. The statement that she was unhappy with was actually the statement of the 12th of March, as I understand it. In fact, what she says is the earlier version, the one of the 7th of March, which had that misfit page, but we won't go there.
Yes.
But that actually contains what she describes as the original text, as it were, which she said was correct as opposed to the other one. So it's not the earlier it's not the earlier statement, it's the later statement, if you know what I mean.
Okay. But do you appreciate where I'm coming from relative to what between the two of you and the minister happened? In the one instance, the minister is supposed to have told you. The polite word used is advised to attend to the matter personally so that you can have a first-hand account of the incident. In other words, there would have been a conversation in which the minister then said, you know, you must go and attend to this personally.
Uyayiva ke intetho endiyibeka kuwo apho kho umahluko lo omkhulu endithetha ngawo kwistatement ezizimbini apho usithi khona wafumana ingxelo evela kuminister umyalelo ovela kuminister ukuba mawuye wena ngokwakho uyojonga uba kwenzeka ntoni phaya nalesi sesibini ke sesihlukuba nguwe owathi kuminister hayi ndim ndizawuya phaya uyayiqondisisa loo nto.
Now let's
I've heard it. I'll wait for the question.
Okay.
Ndivile mmele umbuzo.
The other one, you just advising. Minister, this is the information I have, and I'll be attending to it personally.
Wesi esinye ke wathi kuye mphathiswa ndifumene le ngxelo lena kodwa ke hayi ndizawuya mna ngokwami ndiyojonga uba kwenzeka ntoni.
I've heard. I'm waiting for the question.
Yes.
Ndivile loo ntetho ndimele umbuzo.
Don't be in a hurry, you'll get the question.
Right.
Now,
Yes.
if the first statement remained, Not that the commission doesn't have the power to call the minister. It can subpoena the minister. But if the first statement had remained, the minister, there would have been a legitimate basis to call the minister here.
Kume xa besimile esokuqala istatement apho kuthiwa uminister waxela ukuba mawenze ntoni noma icommissioner ingena inawo amandla amagunya kokuba imthumele umsila wengwe umphathiswa eze apha bekuzawunyanzeleka okokuba makabizwe azonqina apha.
Semenya?
Chair, I think Mr. Nzabeza is not heeding the caution. He now calls this earlier statement the first statement. And I think, Chair, you correctly pointed out that the first statement or the earlier statement is the statement of the 7th, which does not convey that meaning.
Umhlekazi uSiminya uthi umhlekazi umsebenzi uyaziphambanisa statement esesokuqala usibize sesibini asibize sokuqala makulungise loo ntetho.
Well, in fairness, my first statement was the first proposition I put. Shall I put it this way? If the statement that you withdrew, in which it is manifest that you are conveying the evidence that the minister is the one who advised you to attend to this matter, is the one who said you must do it personally so that you can have first and account of the incident. If that was the statement, there would be a basis for the minister to be examined, to be called here, to be examined about the detail of his advice to you.
And it's nyanza kokuba xa kube esi statement apho usithi khona wacebiswa nguminister uba mawuye phaya uyojonga uba kwenzeka ntoni xa iyimaloo ntetho leyo bekuzawubakho isizathu esibambekayo sokokuba abizwe umphathiswa eze apha azochaza loo ntetho yakhe.
I think what is very good is that you say, if that was the statement, yes, at least you have my statement. So I do not have to deal with the if that was the statement.
Into endiyivisisayo ke uthi xa ukube kuye kwenzeka ngolo hlobo andinakungena apho ke ngoba into engazange yenzeke.
Is that your answer?
I didn't hear your question.
Is that your answer?
Yes.
Pendulo yam leyo ewe.
If I'll continue to hypothesize this, if it is so that the statement I posed to you, where you purport to be advised by the minister, stayed.
Sorry, Mr. Base, before you carry on, Mr. Semenya, whom you can't see from where you're sitting, has turned his microphone on.
Chair, the witness says there is no basis for the hypothesis because the fact is established. That is not a statement, was never her statement. Her statement is, as she correctly pointed it in the statement dated the 7th. My learned colleague now wants to question further on a hypothesis which has been contradicted by actual factual evidence which the witness is giving.
My understanding of the cross-examination of this witness relevant to those cannot leave any impression on anyone that there is a reasonable basis to conclude, which is the function of this commission anyway, to conclude that there is a fact established. The only fact that is established is that she says that is the statement that I regard as my own statement.
See, what you were saying is the hypothesis upon which Mr. Semenya relies. We only have the ipse dixit of this witness to establish the hypothesis, and you want to challenge it. Is that correct?
That's exactly the point. That's why yes.
Chair, Mr. Nzabeza cannot have any basis of suggesting he will reveal evidence contradictory of the fact, the ipse dixit of the witness.
I don't need to,
Well, let's see how you answer that. How do you answer that, Mr. Mayor?
I don't need to lead any evidence, Mr. Commissioner. The cross-examination of this witness relevant to misfit, fit page, was so exhaustive that it would be the bravest counsel to say it is now established as a fact, other than the ipse dixit of the witness, that is the statement. Best, it has created so much doubt that there has to be a finding made.
So, Beza, what you've also got, of course, is the fact that I know she's explained it, but she did sign an affidavit on the 12th, which contained the passage that you rely on. Now, she's sought to explain that. And one of the questions, if it becomes an issue for us to decide, one of the questions we'll have to decide is whether her explanation can be accepted in the light of all the evidence. So I'm afraid I must disallow the objection. I'll allow you to ask the question, but please phrase your questions carefully so that we don't spend further time on debates which may or may not generate more heat than light.
lempikiswano lena into ekufanele yenziwe kokuba kufanele enze isigqibo yena okokuba incazelo yakhe iyinyaniso na ikanene kayiyo nyaniso masigqitheke kuloo nto.
Now, you were correct that you did explain yourself in the cross-examination that was exhaustive on the question of what should or should not be accepted to be the correct version of what happened.
Andithi siyithethe intetho yokuba uye wachaza kabanzi apha xa ubuzwa imibuzo emininzi apha kokuba kwenzeke kanjani ukuze kwenzeke lento yezitatimende ezohlukile.
If, however, this commission, on evaluating your answers, the questions that were put, the fit page, the misfit page, were to come to the conclusion that what you regard as a statement that must be accepted is a statement that relieves you of the burden and relieves the minister of the burden of having to come here and explain why was it that the minister advised you to act as you did.
That question entirely fair. I mean, her evidence, as I understand it, is that she's not changing it because of the consequences to which you refer. Her case is, rightly or wrongly, and as you say, we may have to decide that if it becomes relevant, but her case is that, frankly, the statement of the 12th of March, even though she did sign it and swear to it, was in fact incorrect. That the true factual position is set out in the page which she, the amended page, which was in the first statement of the 7th of March. So her case is, I'm just seeking to correct the facts because the statement of the 12th of March in that respect was incorrect. So it's not quite as complicated as you put it, but so I suggest you reformulate your question and carry on.
Umhlekazi Mhlekazi masingayihlanganisi ngolu hlobo lento ngoba uye wayichaza lento iCommissioner uba kwenzeka le mpazamo kwathi ke kwesi statement silandelayo wayilungisa loo nto njengoba esixelele okokuba uye weneliseka ngeso statement awuyasayini.
Mr. Chairman, maybe I should return to this at a later stage.
I didn't hear you. You dropped your voice. You said, maybe I should?
Return to this aspect later on.
At a later stage?
At a later stage, yes.
All right, well, when we
Uzakuyeka
reach the later
kwangoku
stage,
uphinda
we will
abuye kodwa kule ntetho
consider how you return to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, I would like us to consider Exhibit S.
Make sijonge ngokwe-exhibit S.
Do we have Exhibit S? I'm sure you have been asked a number of questions on Exhibit S. Do you have Exhibit S?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiphethe apha exhibit S.
Now, I really am not intending to be long here because I'm sure you have been asked exhaustively about this.
Andinaba mde apha ngoba uye wabuza imibuzo emininzi kule nto.
This was under your signature on the 20th of August. 20th of July 2012, about 3 weeks before the
Olu
fatal
xwebhu
events.
olu luphume phantsi kwesandla sakho sayine mhla ka-20 kuJulayi unyaka ka-2012.
You're correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
And your instruction to provincial commissioners, divisional commissioners, provincial heads, deputy national commissioners, chief of staff was in terms of 2.2.3 fairly clear, or indeed phase 3 minimum force. Do I understand your instruction to be that in crowd management, public order policing policy had to be conducted firstly with minimum force?
Xa ndiva kakuhle wawuyibhalele bonke apha unikeza le myalelo kokuba xa kukho izixholo-xholo ezinjengalezi amapolisa kufanele asebenzise amandla anciphisiweyo ekulawuleni izihlwele.
You are right.
Ewe kunjalo.
That rubber bullets had to be used only as a last resort and
Okokuba
then to be skip fired at the crowd, by which I understand you shoot at the ground.
apha usithi khona i-rubber bullets ezimazube yinto yokugqibela ukusetyenziswa nazo zingadutshulwa kubo zidutshulwe phansi emhlabathini.
The instruction does talk to that.
Ewe umyalelo usho kanjalo.
And my reading thereof was that sharp ammunition should be prohibited.
Xa ndiyiva kakuhle
is
apha
prohibited.
wawuthi imipu le enembumbulu zentsimbi ma ingasetyenziswa.
Chair, that sharp ammunition is prohibited. I don't understand that question.
Umhlekazi uSiminya uthi akukho apho kutsho khona kokuba nqatyele ukusetyenziswa kwemipu
I
enembumbulu
understand the
zentsimbi.
question. I'm not sure it's correct. I'm not sure the proposition upon which it's based is correct. I'm very difficult understanding the question. My problem is seeing on what it's based. Where's the prohibition, Mr. Nzibeza?
Well, perhaps
Mention sharp ammunition. But clearly it's a gloss, is it not, on or an amplification perhaps of Standing Order 262.
it's a trouble with English, my Lord, Mr. Chairman. You know, in my language, if you say something is the last resort means the last resort. If rubber bullets are the last resort, the inference should be that you are prohibiting sharp ammunition.
uthi umhlekazi usebenza pha ndifunda lento andazi noma isingesi esimhlawumbe sinibetha xa uthi into iyokugqibela nangeluphi na ulimi uthi yokugqibela loo nto ayinanto ezawusebenza isetshenziswe emva koko.
Rubber bullets, and the witnesses agreed,
apha ke ndithetha nge-rubber
are to be
bullets.
used only as a last resort.
Apha ethi i-rubber
Even then,
bullets zizawusetyenziswa nje
Be
xa
skip fired at the
kukho
ground.
isidingo sokuba kube yiyo nto yokugqibezela.
Perhaps my learned friend has got another interpretation for last resort.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to intervene, but this is a matter that has been raised on a number of occasions. I want to take this opportunity of referring the Commission to the case in the Constitutional Court where Justice, the whole court, in dealing with the Section 49 case, actually said, yes, there is self-defense, but self-defense as a defense is not a license to shoot indiscriminately, in very clear and strong words by Judge Krichler. So that the idea that self-defense is excluded from proportionality, last resort, is a false premise with respect. I have kept quiet in the past, but it is always raised as an objection that if defense is self-defense, you can you behave like a cowboy.
Chair.
Called private defense
Well, it's
is a doctrine which has its own requisites and qualifications, and certainly a license to act as a cowboy you will not find in any of the textbooks on judgments on
It's a figure of
the
speech,
the
Mr.
rules of private defense.
a figure of speech, that it's not a license to kill.
I'm not sure that that's being suggested, but anyway, Mr. Semenya, I don't know whether I take it Mr. Bezos was intervening as a sort of third party or negotiator or guest on behalf of or amicus or something, on behalf of Mr. Nsibeza. But what exactly is your objection?
Chair, just for the record, we have, as the South African Police Service, never contended that self-defense it's a license to kill or anything like that.
Kuvela apha umhlekazi
This is, I
uBizos
understand
uthi
it.
over apha
Set out
kuthethwa
Effectively, in the
ukuzikhusela
last
self-defense.
sentence of Exhibit L is that the aggression of the crowd, I'm quoting, left the SAPS with no other choice than to act in private defense, defending their own lives and the lives of others. So your case is, as I understand it, whether it will be upheld at the end of the day is something we don't know the answer to yet, is that your clients acted in accordance with the rules applicable to the defense of private defense.
Indeed, Chair.
So, Mr. Nsibeza, now that we've had this discussion, repeat your question. I'm not quite sure what the debate's about this stage, as far as it relates to your question. Repeat
Well,
your
maybe
question.
to accommodate the nub of the objection, I may just as well put it to the witness that is it a correct inference which one would draw from your circular that if you say in crowd control situations the POP policing is correctly conducted if the last resort should be a resort to rubber bullets
Ndiyiva
in the
kakuhle na-
circumstances described, and that therefore the inference is that your circular was seeking to prohibit the usage of sharp ammunition in crowd control.
For crowd control.
Mr. Nsibeza, I'm not sure that proposition is correct. As I read the Exhibit S, it deals with the operational functioning of the public order police, which is a particular division of the police. And it says, paragraph 2, in terms of the operational functioning of POP, particularly in terms of the use of force, the following is relevant, and then certain things are set out in paragraph 2, which we see in the main on the second page, which explains what the continuum of force consists of. And then para 3 then elaborates on the use of shotguns and rubber rounds and so forth. But this and 3.3 talks about POP operational commanders. Now, this document seems to me, prima facie, subject to what you're going to say, to relate to the POP. Now, the evidence we have is the POP are armed with non-lethal equipment. They were in the front line, and they were presumably doing everything that is set out in Exhibit S, or trying to. The people behind who actually fired the fatal shots weren't members of the POP, as I understand the evidence. They were members of other units. So I'm not sure that one can rely on Exhibit S in support of a proposition that people other than members of the POP are not allowed to use sharp ammunition. But that's just a prima facie view, which I put to you to get the benefit of your submissions. But inasmuch as they're the points against you, if it's correct, perhaps I should give Mr. Semenya a chance to add something if he wishes, so you can then reply to the prima facie point I put to you and whatever Mr. Semenya may wish to add.
And also, Chair, that this document cannot purport to remove the right of self-defense. If circumstances in law...
Can't remove the right to act actually in private defense, because self-defense is you defending yourself, private defense is you defending someone else. All right. Those are the points that you have to deal with, Mr. Sibeza.
Intetho ibikade khona apha ibichazwa nje ngizayibeka kufuphi nje okokuba ubechaza umhlekazi umgcinisihlalo okokuba le secular elapha siyifunda ngendlela engeyo. Akutsho okokuba le secular elapha ibhalwe ngucommissioner iphendula umthetho wokuzikhusela. Mininzi ke imithetho ebekiwe phaya. Njengoba ethethile nomhlekazi obhizo sithethe ngomthetho okuthiwa ngusection 49, umthetho osetshenziswa kwembumbulu ngamapolisa apho ezikhusela khona noma ezikhusela ogxa babo. Apha kuthethwa ngamapolisa ePOP kuphela. Akukho apho kuthiwa khona lo mthetho indlela yenkambiso yama-POP inqanda ukusetshenziswa kwemipu le enye ngamanye amapolisa njengoba ichazwa apha.
Reply, a point emerging from a discussion between Mr. Kotta and myself, is the heading of this exhibit is Public Order Police, POP, Use of Force During Crowd Management. It only would appear to relate to the use of force during crowd management by the Public Order Police.
Incwadi ephambi kwethu ngoku apha ichaza kabanzi phaya okokuba apha kuthethwa nje ngamapolisa lawe public order policing akuthethwa ngamanye amaqela amapolisa ngoba angamaqela ohlukile.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Our submission will be that this was a public order police operation. That's the first point. So this circular applies to what happened on the 16th.
Sithi lento eyenzeka phaya kwakungumsebenzi wamapolisa lawo public order policing ulawulo lwezihlwele.
Secondly,
kwesibini,
Exhibit L. Exhibit L, slide 211, shows 211.
L 211.
And this is a point I think we made earlier. Shows the
with L211,
the munitions which were expended, or scene 1, and one will see that the POP had their own fair share of the usage of sharp
I see
ammunition.
that. But are you contending that a member of the POP who has perhaps a side gun is not allowed to use his side gun to defend himself or to defend his colleagues in circumstances where the principles applicable to the doctrine of private defense would apply?
No, I'm not contending that anyone, under whatever circumstances, is not entitled to engage in legitimate self-defense.
Because aren't
What
you
I'm saying is the public order policing, or public order police, trained in the terms that Brigadier Mkwanazi confirmed they are trained in, should and we're not talking about sidearms here. If we have regard to that slide,
But let's jump
talking
in slide
about
211. Sithatha umsebenzi
High-
ngendlela ama-POP
heavy
afanele
caliber
ukusebenza ngayo
firearms that we use.
njengoba sazichazelwe nguBrigadier Mkhwanazi. Apha kuthethwa-ke ngeminye imipu eyayiphethwe ngamapolisa abebangazikhusela noma bakhusele abanye oxabayo ngayo.
So we were, even sidearms, they were not restricting themselves to the usage of sidearms. They were using heavy caliber firearms, if that evidence is anything to go by. And it's evidence that has been placed before you by the police themselves.
Apha-ke
So
uthi
you were certainly borne
umhlekazi
out by 211, which indicates that members of the POP unit fired 5.56 millimeter bullets and 7.62 millimeter. I understand 9 millimeters are sidearms. The other two are
Maybe
not.
sidearms.
They say you're certainly borne out by the document. But the real question is, do you contend that the circular which the witness signed, which is Exhibit S, which appears, as far as one can read the small print at the top, was probably drafted by Lieutenant General Masemola. Are you suggesting that that document forbids the POP people to use sharp ammunition in circumstances where they are defending themselves or others, and the principles of private defense apply?
I would not go that far. That's why.
Okay, well, if you don't go that far, then I think your question has to be reformulated. Because, as I heard it, it seemed as if it did go that far. But let's not debate that further. Reformulate your question in the light of the concession you now made, and let's proceed.
bechaza pha uchairperson okokuba i-exhibit S lena ayinqandi kokuba amapolisa lawo phima angasebenzisi ezinye inhlobo zempu efana nale imkhono yekati nezinye. Xa kungenjalo ke masichubeke ngalento ngoba banalo igunya lokwenza njalo.
Now, would you accept the proposition that Exhibit S does not contemplate the usage of sharp ammunition, except only in circumstances where it is in defense of personal life and life of others?
Uyavumelana nami okokuba le exhibit S ayithethi ngokusetshenziswa kweminye imipu ngaphandle kokuthi kukho imeko apho ipolisa kufanele lizikhusele ikanene likhusele omnye uqala.
Exhibit S, in my understanding, lays out procedures for POP in the use of rubber bullets. You spoke of prohibiting, and that exhibit does not talk about that.
Le ncwadi sithetha ngayo oluxoxa sithetha ngayo ithetha ngendlela ekufanele kusetshenzwe ngayo ngamapolisa uPP mayelana ne-rubber bullets nje ayikho enye into eyinqandayo ukuba mayengenziwa thetha nje ngosetyenziso le-rubber bullets kulawulo lwezixhobo.
I'll return to this towards the end of my cross-examination. I want to explore another aspect, but Mr. Chairman, guided by you and the City Press reporter.
Aspect you can explore in 2 minutes?
Indeed. No.
Can you lay the foundation of it in 2 minutes, or would you like me to take
Yes,
the
I
German
could.
now?
I could. It's 3.3.
Tell me when it's convenient to take the German.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3.3 of that same Exhibit S is what I would like us to go into.
The better one. Yeah. That's what.
Asijonga apha ku 3.3
Now, I'm sure this must have been put to you on a number of occasions, but I want to just put it to you for purposes of exploring what you have done or have not done consequent upon that injunction not having been carried out.
mandithi ke ndibuze uyobuza kaninzi lo mbuzo kodwa ndizawubuza nje ukubona ukuba wenze ntoni ikanene yinto onongayenzanga ngalo myalelo okhutshwe apha kweli kweli.
You've read now the 3.3.
Fundile i 3.3
Yes, I have.
ewe
It seems to me that it is an injunction from you that must be carried out without exception.
andithi apha uba banika imiyalelo yendlela ekufanele basebenze ngayo xa kwenzeka izinto ezinjengezi.
You are correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
The video footage should be taken of the crowd throughout the phases and including during the use of minimum force.
Apha kuthiwa kufanele kuthathwe imfanekiso yevideo kusuka eqaleni kude kube sekugqibeleni nangexesha kusetshenzwa noma ngayiphi na imipu.
Now,
Use of minimum force apho kusetshenzwa khona amandla anciphisiwe.
are there any exceptions to this rule that you can think of?
Lo mthetho kufanele wenze kwamaxesha noma kukho mhlawumbe apho kungaba khona izizathu zokuba ingenzeyiwa lento.
The instruction does not have exceptions.
Umthetho njengoba ubekiwe njena akukho apho uthi khona kukho amaxesha apho ingafanelanga yenziwe lento.
And so far, is it your knowledge? Certainly it is what I know, that there is, and I have to be careful here how I put it, there is no footage that shows from the SAPS a video footage taken of the crowd throughout the phases and including during the use of minimum force.
Uyavumelana nami ke kokuba ayenzekanga lonto ngoba kukho imifanekiso yevideo engathathwanga kuwo onke amaxesha nangeli xesha kusetshenziswa izigalo kusetshenziswa amandla ancishisiweyo.
Yes, I do. And I'm on record having said, whereas we had a plan which would have made sure that we comply fully, that plan was disrupted.
Ewe ndiyichazile loo nto ndithe mna kwicebo esasilenzile yayikhona yonke lento kodwa elo cebo lahamba laphazanyiswa.
Yes, I'm aware of that evidence.
Ndiyazi ukuba kwenzeka ntoni.
And as a result, compliance was also disrupted.
ngako ke imiyalelo lebabenike yona yaba nokuphazamiswa ngalondle.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, members of the Commission, can we explore this after lunch?
Commission will take the lunch adjourned.
Okokuba siye kwi lunch ngoku. getting it? No crackling?
It says just and.
Huh?
And red together with the
All right.
Iyaqala commission sinemeni yawo.
Mission resumes. Mr. Beza, did you have an opportunity to look at the Independent Police Investigative Directorate Act and Regulations?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have.
So I don't have to lend you my copy.
No, I do have a copy, Mr. Chairman.
National Commissioner, still under oath. Mr. Beza,
Thank you very much,
I
Mr.
take it
Chairman.
this is almost the last lap of your marathon race. Huh?
I wish it was less than a marathon. We were only we're exploring the injunction that you gave in terms of 3.3 of your letter about the taking of video footage during the use in an operation such as this one.
Besike pha kula ncwadi awuyibhalayo pha ku 3.3 apho wawuthetha into yokuba ke ngoku xa kwenziwa ezi operation funeke ngoku kuthathwe iividiyo.
And we'd agreed that there is no exception to this rule. It must be stuck to. You had written it for it to be complied with.
Kwaye sivumela into yoba le nto funeke ngoku bahambe ngayo bayenze le nto ngokudlela ebhalwe ngayo.
Now, there is no footage of the nature envisaged in paragraph 3.3 of Exhibit S. In other words, everything that happens up to and including the shootings themselves, both in Scene 1 and Scene 2, we do not have that footage from the police.
Into endifuna uthetha ke into yokuba kukho ke ngoku isihlakalo nje basibonile pha kwivideo ku 1 no 2 ikhona ke ngoku i-footage esibonayo ukuba ayikho.
Do you agree with that?
Uvumela nami kuloo nto?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndiyavumela nawe.
When did you discover that there was no footage?
Wafumanisa nini ukuba le footage le ayikho?
When we were preparing for the submission,
Ngeli xesha sasisenza amalungiselelo ke ukufaka ngaphambili amaxwebhu.
How did you discover that to be so?
Wafumanisa uba into enjalo iyenzekile.
I'm sure those who were responsible for the operation can tell so, but I know that there were gaps in the information and the footage that had to support the information.
Ndiqisekile into yoba babelapho bangakwazi uba bazoyichaza loo nto kodwa nam ndabona into yokuba zikhona into ezisilela okanye ezingekhoyo nelwazi oluthile olungekhoyo.
Well, perhaps I did not make myself clear. How did you discover? I'm sure to your shock that there was no video footage, particularly of the happening, police footage of the happenings at Scene 1 and Scene 2.
Waye wafumanisa ngendlela enjani into yokuba kukho i-video footage kusihlakalo sokuqala nesesibini ngento ezenzeka apho azikho ezo video ezo?
I have said when we were busy preparing.
Ndithe ngeli xesha sasixakekile senza amalungiselelo.
Is that...
Zibeza, you can't see, I can. Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Yes.
We have Exhibit L, slide 170, second bullet point. Slide 170, second bullet point.
170.
Yes, we've looked at that before. That's the explanation why video operators of POP didn't stay on the scene. We've gone through that before. Mr. Nsibeza, you see that? The whole purpose of getting a record which is set out in para 3 of Exhibit S can apparently be frustrated when there's a whiff of sulphur in the air. That seems to be the explanation. But carry on with your question of examination.
Yes, I was wanting to establish whether that's an objection or evidence testified for from the bar.
I think, to be fair, I think Mr. Semenya was trying to be helpful. So I don't think we should
I
be
don't think it
ungrateful.
helps him, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. I'm grateful for his offer to help. I'm asking how this witness came to the knowledge that there is no video footage.
Somebody told her. I mean, it wasn't like old Mother Hubbard, she went to the cupboard and found it was empty. The video things weren't there. I take it somebody told you, is that right?
Ukhona umuntu waxelelayo kunjalo General?
Yes,
Who
Judge.
told you?
Waxelelwa ngubani?
My commanders, as we were preparing,
Yes.
Commander zam ngeli xesha
That's
senza
the answer,
amalungiselelo.
Mr. Nsibele.
Yes, it's very nice like, when it comes from a witness, because I can't submit on the basis of an assumption. We have assumed a number of things, and to our shock, we found that our assumptions were not correct about a number of things.
But maybe, Advocate, I can just go back to what you asked me earlier on. I did say to you the disruption, and that's part of the disruption.
You see?
Mandibuyele kule nto buke wayithetha ngaphambili ndithetha ke into apho kukho iziphazamiso khona kwaye yaba yinxalenye ke eziphazamiso ezenzekayo leya into.
So, is your answer to a question that I have not yet asked, is your answer that there was no video footage because there was a disruption?
No, Mr. Nsibele, I'm sorry, before the interpreter interprets, you used this phrase, no video footage. Now, I didn't stop you before, but I should have done. The fact is, we've got video footage, but it's not complete. So the correct formulation of the question is the answer as to why there was incomplete video footage and possibly important segments of the action are not recorded on video was because. That's the way to phrase the question, surely.
Into ayithethayo sihlalo ngoba ayikuba akukho video kodwa kuthiwa ayiphelelanga la video into edlalwa phaa akudlalwa yonke akuveli yonke into.
Mr. Chairman, I take that. In fact, I think I tried to qualify it twice to say in scene 1 and in scene 2. And you know, the injunction is very clear here. You must cover everything. Now, the video footage coming from the SAPS of the shootings in scene 1 and scene 2 is non-existent. Certainly, it has never been sent to this commission. We accept that, both of us.
Uyamkela into yoba ke ngoku ividiyo ye-footage ke yamapolisa apho kubonakala kudutyulwa khona kwisehlo sokuqala nesesibini zange ayikho okanye zange ibekho ividiyo elolo hlobo. Uyayamkela leyo?
Is that right? You said you accept there is no video footage from the SAPS. Specifically, scene 1, scene 2 shootings.
Into endibuzayo ke ukuba uyamkela into yoba akho video ke ngesehlo sokuqala nesesibini apho ke ngoku kudutyulwa khona.
I'd like to say, when you talk about scene 1 and scene 2, there could be some snippets of other things other than the shooting. So it's important for me to understand whether we just talk about the shooting or any other thing that could have been recorded before that, for instance, in scene 1.
Ndifuna ukuqonda kuwe ke ngoku into yokuba kaloku ngaphandle kokudubula huko ekugxinisa huko bezikhona izinto ezingezinye bezinoba zenzekile mhlawumbe bezinoba zibhaliwe nazo okanye zirekodiwe phaa kusehlo sokuqala.
Yes. Do we accept that we are agreed that there is no video footage of the shootings by the police or of the activities that resulted in the shooting of people in scene 1 and in scene 2?
Siyavumelana nayo okanye uyamkela into yokuba yikho ividiyo ebonisayo apho kudutyulwa khona okanye izinto ezasenzeka apho isenziwa ngamapolisa kwisehlo sokuqala nesesibini.
Like, for instance, the video footage that we have heard from the media that graphically shows us and everybody else how the shootings took place. That kind of footage we do not have from the police, which have been done in terms of Exhibit S.
Umzekelo ke ile yenziwe ke ngokungonondaba ivideo apho kuboniswa khona kudutyulwa kodwa akho ivideo lelo hlobo eyenziwe yi-South African Police Service ngaphandle kwezinto ezibhalwe phaa ku-Exhibit S.
Advocate, I'm asking this question that I asked earlier on because if, for instance, you go to scene 2, I call for an investigation because there's some footage of photographs that are taken by POP in that scene, even if it's after. So I want you to really be explicit in your qualification to say, are you talking about any other footage, any other photography that could have taken place? And I'm saying it is patchy. So I'm asking for that very, very specific question. Are we talking about the shootings or any other footage that might be there. That's what I'm seeking to understand so that I can answer you properly.
Ukwenzela nikwazi ukuphendula kuhle ndifuna uqonda into yoba ke ngoku uthetha ngexesha bekudutyulwana ngoba umzekelo kusehlo esi sesibini kulapho ke ngoku wakho iifoto ezazithathwayo ngabe-props apho kwakusenziwa khona uphando kukhona iifoto ezazifumaneka ngoku ke ndifuna uqonda uba kanye kanye uthetha ngayo yonke into eyenzeka okanye uthetha ngevidiyo apho kwakudutyulwa khona.
Well, I probably assumed wrongly that in the 3 weeks that you have been testifying that you now know that there are shootings that took place in scene 1 and the shootings that took place in scene 2. And that in relation to those shootings, there is no video footage taken by the police.
Into bendithetha ngayo into yokuba ke ngoku akukho video ke ngoku yenziwa yafotwa ngamapolisa kwisiganeko sokuqala nesesibini.
It is correct.
Nyani leyo.
Now, when I say there is no video footage, I mean there is no video footage that has been made available.
Xa ndisithi ke ngoku akukho video yamapolisa ndithe akukho video ke eziswe ngaphambili eyenziwe ngamapolisa.
It is my knowledge that.
Nam ndinalolo lwazi.
And will we be making a correct conclusion that the police did not bring that footage to the commission because it is non-existent?
Njobe ndithetha kakuhle xa ndisithi amapolisa khangaze nevidiyo enjalo ngokuba ayikho kwa ubakho phofu ividiyo enjalo.
Every footage that we have and information that we had, we submitted to this commission.
Zonke ividiyo
So
sabanazo.
if it is not there, it is not there.
Zonke ividiyo nabanazo nolwazi ke namaxwebhu sazisa apha ukuba ke ngoku ayikho kutsho ukuthi ithethe loo nto uba ayikho.
I just want to make sure that that is an answer. As you sit there before God, is that your evidence? You under oath, you say there is no such footage because it does not exist.
Ndifuna uthetha loo nto njengoba uhleli apha ke phambi koThixo kwaye ufungile. Ufuna ukuthi kule ndawo ukuyo into yokubana njengoba ufungile akukho video ekhoyo ngokuba zange ibakho kwa ubakho phofu.
Not to my knowledge.
Andinalwazi olunjalo.
The more correct formulation, the answer, would be that to the best of your knowledge, all the video footage which the police has been handed over to the evidence leaders. Because, I mean, you got some, but whatever you got, do you say that as far as, to the best of your knowledge, all the video footage the police have that's relevant to what happened has been made available to the evidence leaders?
I've already said so, Judge, and I'll repeat it.
Yeah, okay.
Bensendishilo ke ba zonke izividiyo ke ngoku esinazo thina ziswe apha kule commission kwaye ndizayiphinda loo nto leyo.
And even though I was keen to find from you how and why it is so, before I was directed to Exhibit L, slide number 170 for the explanation that is given there. It is your understanding that there is no video footage because of a reason.
Umnqondo wami bekukwazi phofu into yokuba kuba akukho video ikhoyo ngenxa yesizathu esithile.
I think I've already answered that one. I've said we've submitted what we have.
Ndicinga uba sendiphendula ngoba ndithe zisengaphambili yonke into esinayo.
Yes, no, I understand. I accept that.
Nam ndiyayiqonda loo ndiyayamkela.
What I'm asking is whether you say that video material has not been submitted because it doesn't exist now. The question I further ask is there a reason that you have been given? And I'm talking about you now, you.
Imibuzo endinawo kuwe into yokuba kukho isizathu sokuba unikwe sona sokuba kutheni ividiyo enjalo ingekho.
As the head of the police.
Njengentloko yamapolisa.
I've already answered that. I've said to you that our processes of doing that were disrupted, and we have so reported to this commission.
Yes.
Ndichilo ke ndichaza into yoba kwabakho uphazamiseko okhoyo kwindlela yethu isebenzisayo ekwenzeni into ezinjalo kwaye ndithethe kule commission loo nto leyo.
And what was reported to this commission is what I have been informed as the head of police.
Into ethethwe kule commission ndinami into endixelelweyo njengentloko yamapolisa.
Now, yes, I have been following your testimony throughout. And disruption, I think, is a phrase that you have used frequently.
Ewe ndiyakhumbula kubungqina bakho igama uphinda-phinda ukulisebenzisa ukuba kwabakho ukuphazamiseka.
Now, what I do want to get from you is not really terminology that you use. I just want you to narrate a story. You know, in paragraph 30 of your statement, now I don't know what exhibit number this is, you say you learned about the announcement of the commission by the president, and having done so, members were invited to Potchefstroom to prepare for the submission to the commission. As the national commissioner, I took it upon myself to visit the members to establish the progress of the preparations.
Into ethethayo ke ngopha ku paragraph 30 westatement sakho into yoba emva kokuba urhulumente ebhengezile into yoba kuzawusungulwa i-commission uye wabona uqinisekisa into yoba kuzoyiwa phaa ePotchefstroom noba kuzokwenza umalungiselelo wamaxwebhu aziswa ngaphambili. Wena uthe njengo-national commissioner uye wayokujonga into yoba inkqubela phambili ikhona kuloo nto leyo na.
Was it at the Potchefstroom meeting that you found out that there is no police video footage?
Wafumanisa phaa usePotchefstroom into yokuba i-video footage yenziwe ngamapolisa ayikho na.
Yes, as we were preparing, I've said.
When nditshilo njengoba sasenza amalungiselelo.
Was Brigadier Mkhwanazi there?
Wayephaya uBrigadier Mkhwanazi?
I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure members who were the commissioner who was chairing that meeting can indicate who was there.
Andiqinisekanga kodwa i-commissioner ichophele loo ntlanganiso ndiqinisekile into yoba yena uyayazi uba ngubani waye lapho.
Now, I just want to picture in my own mind and assist me to do this.
Ndifuna undincede ke ndenze umfanekiso apha engqondweni nam undincede kule nto.
As a national commissioner, you know that about a fortnight ago, you had said video footage of everything. You have circulated, nobody does not know. At least a fortnight is too short a time for everyone to have read. So, must I assume that you inquired, where's video footage? Where's our own video footage of this thing as it happened? Did you do that?
Uzamile ke ngokuqonda into yokuba eyethu ivideo eyenziwe ngamapolisa yento yesiganeko eso iphi uke wayenza into le ufuna ukwazi.
You would know that as we prepare, questions would be asked to say, do we have video footage of that? I would give you an example. An example would be, for instance, a press conference that was held by the provincial commissioner. We didn't have a video footage of that. We would ask, is there video footage? No, we don't have. And we would go and check whether we can get it from any other television that may have been there. So we would ask in various areas to say, do we have photography? Do we have video footage? So it's a normal question that you'd ask to say, what have you got to back up the information that we're receiving?
Kumbuzo oqhelekileyo ke lowo naxa kukho into ezenziwayo kwamalungiselelo kuyabuza into yoba yintoni esinayo ikhona ivideo esinayo na umzekelo njenge-press conference le yayichotshelwe ngucommissioner omnye njengoba ivideo yakhona yayingekho kuye kufuniswe ke naba bakumabonakude kukwazi into yoba ngeyiphi into esinayo ezaba bubungqina bale nto yenzekileyo.
Did you yourself ask for video material that you were expecting in terms of your own instruction should have been taken?
Njengoba ke awukhuphe imiyolelo ngevideo kuba funeke zenziwe wena wake wazi isicelo esinjalo soba ufuna ubona ivideo.
I have said in this commission that the person who was overall responsible for that, because I visited one day, the person who was overall responsible chairing that process was the provincial commissioner. So I went there to be briefed, and I was fully briefed. And I left there understanding what I'm understanding. And if there were questions to be asked further and instructions to be given, she would have the responsibility to do so.
Ndithe ke owayengemele lo nto leyo echophele loo nto leyo yayingumcommissioner wephondo kwaye mna ndamkase ndifumane ingxelo leyo omnye ongakwazi ukuthi ke uke ndazophendula kwezinye izinto nguye lo ucommissioner wephondo.
Is your answer no?
Ngokuke ngamanye amazwi impilo yakho nguhayi.
I thought I've answered you.
Ngicimba ndikuphendule.
Did you hear the question?
Umbuzo uvile wona?
Yes, I did.
Ewe ndiwuvile.
You still remember the question?
Usawukhumbula wona umbuzo?
Yes, I do.
Isawukhumbula.
Is your answer that you have given a response to the question?
Ngoko le mpendulo ndinika yona
Let me
impendulo
ask
ephendula
the
lo mbuzo
question
bendikuzile.
Did you, as Commissioner of Police, who had issued that circular a fortnight before these events, ask anyone whether there is video material that should have been taken in terms of that instruction?
Njengoba kweveki ezimbini ezazidlulile wawuse ukhuphe uxwebhu olithile ke ngevideo efanele zenziwe uye wabuza umbuzo into yokuba ikhona ivideo ke ngoku eyenziwe njengoba ndibhalile kola xwebhu nditshilo kola xwebhu.
I've answered you because I did not have personally to do so. And I have given you my answer to say that question would arise in that meeting that was chaired by the provincial commissioner as the person who was in charge of the total operation.
Ndithi ke benobe uvele kwintlanganiso echashelwe ngu-provincial commissioner ngoba nguye wayongamele lo operation leyo kanye lo ntlanganiso.
And therefore, advocate, it wasn't, in my opinion, it wasn't necessary for me to be asking that. I would ask questions where it is relevant.
Ngombono wami ke bengaso into efaneleke nofuneka bamna ndiyenze lonto leyo ngoba benofuna ndibuza imibuzo nje ebalulekileyo efanelekileyo.
Perhaps let me try and explain where I come from, Commissioner, because I don't want to be unfair to you. I want to be able to make submissions to the Commission because I am able to relate it to evidence that a witness has given.
Kaloku ndifuna uxasela intsusela nto ingabi ngathi ndikudlela indlala ngoba kungxoxo-mpikiswano funeke ndithethe kwizinto ezithethwe linqina.
And sometimes it may get taken time to get there. All I want to know is a factual narration of what you did, what you did not do, so that I can draw the inferences. Am I correct in inferring from your answer that you did not ask anyone?
Xa ndizothatha kule mpendulo ke ngoku undinike yona ndinyanisile na xa ndithekelele into yokuba khange ubuze umbuzo njalo akho mntu umbuzileyo.
I have answered you to say because I was not in charge of the operation, the person who is in charge of the operation can answer you on those issues. I had gone to be briefed on the preparations for this commission and I was briefed.
Nditheke mna ndandiye phaa ndiyofumana ingxelo ngabalungiselwa esenziwa apho oyena mntu ufanelekileyo ngulo wayichophele yonke lo operation leyo uzakwazi uyiphendula leyo yena.
Is the position you went to Potchefstroom? When you got there, or sometime after you got there, you were told that there were gaps, significant gaps in the video material.
It is correct.
Presumably, you didn't consider it necessary to ask about that further because of what you'd been told. Is that correct?
Because that's number one, that because of what I've been told, but because I also know that the person who's in charge of operations is going to make sure that we get every other necessary footage that we have to back up what we're submitting and to make available for the commission. I knew that would happen.
Into bendiyazi okokuqala ukuba ndingaqhubeki ukubuza loo nto into yoba njengoba kuthiwa kweza gap ndabona ngekho mfunde ngoba besendichazelwe. Okwesibini lo mntu ke wayengamele yonke le operation nguye wayezothatha amanyathelo ukuqinisekisa uba yonke le nto ifunekayo nenkcazelo nolwazi uzazifuna zonke ezo zinto ezo.
Let me tell you what Brigadier Mkhwanazi said in relation to this footage.
Ndixalele ukuba utheni uBrigadier Mkhwanazi ke malunga nale video footage le.
He says when they got there, they were shown media video footage.
Uthe xa befika baboniswa ke uke video footage yonondaba.
And then again he went on to say he was told that there was police video footage.
Uthi kakhona waxelela into yoba yayikhona ivideo footage yamapolisa.
But it was not flighted. Neither it was not shown.
Kodwa ke zange iboniswe idlalwe yona.
And when I asked him whether he had asked for that footage to be shown, given that in terms of this Exhibit S. It's something that ought to have been there. He said he did not. And then we went into the whole question of why didn't he seek to establish where this video footage is? Do you understand?
Ngoku into eyenzekayo xa ndimbuzayo ke ukuba wacela ukubuza ke idlalo le video wathi hayi xa ndimbuzayo ke ngoku lonto leyo ke undibuza lo mbuzo uyayiqonda lonto leyo.
Check.
Now, why I want...
No, Mr. Nsebeza. Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
Chair, can Mr. Nsebeza assist all of us by pointing at to the transcript so that we can know in which context all those answers by Brigadier Mkhwanazi were given?
If you've got that information at hand.
I don't have it at hand unless my learned friend is saying it is not so. That's my recollection.
No, I think he says he would. You know, it was a long time ago, and I think he feels that he'd like to have the actual transcript in front of him. But if you haven't got the reference, then presumably...
No, I don't have the reference
Presumably
here.
it can be obtained
Right
later.
now. My juniors will look and find it after another half an hour. But I'll come back to it. I was proceeding on the basis that it is between us. It is common cause, only the witness would know.
Uthi ke uzawukhabe efuna ngamagqwetha asebenza ngaphansi kwakhe le nto ayithethayo bayikhangele uzophinda abuyele kulo emva kwexesha elithile.
What I want to establish from you, and I'll come back to what I seek to infer from Brigadier Mkhwanazi, is it so that you also did not make an inquiry yourself about where the footage is, how the footage is not being shown, the reasons?
That question has been asked by you and answered by the witness. She said she didn't because she assumed that the provincial commissioner who was in charge of the gathering at Potchefstroom would do the necessary. So I think she's answered that question already. If you have another question which builds on that, then you can ask it, but I don't think you should ask that question again.
Okay. Now,
Can I just say something, Judge? But I've also said that the information that we have as subs, to the best of my knowledge, we've submitted all the information that we needed to submit to this commission.
Yes.
If there's any other information and footage that you are talking about, I am not aware of.
Into ithethileyo into yokuba indlela endazi ngayo into yokuba yonke into esinayo iinkcukacha namaxwebhu sizifakile kule commission uba ukhenye ke ngoko engenye khoyo mna nalwazi ngayo.
But both of us are agreed that that footage which you have submitted to the commission falls far short of what is required in terms of Exhibit S.
Point's been made also, Mr. Nsebeza, and I think she's agreed with it before, and there's no point in getting her to agree with it again. She's unlikely to contradict the agreement that she's already given.
Leyo bese iphendulile ke ngaphambili.
I'll take your assurance, Mr. Chairman. Now, that being the position, I do have to ask you, and please bear with me. Only a fortnight before that, you issue a very clear injunction to everybody, including the person who would be doing the presentation there.
Iveke ezibini ezidlulileyo bose ukhuphe kwabhalwa kwacaca ke umyalelo owenzileyo loo nto ke iquka nakulo mntu uzawuza okanye lo wayephethe ngaphezu kwalo commission.
And in view of what you had said in that circular, wasn't it necessary for you to ask further from whoever was giving an account?
Ke ngoku ngenxa yele circular kanye luxwebhu awuseulibhalile bungaboni kufuneka na into bawuqhubekeke ubuze ngalento le ngakumbi kokulona ke ngoku yayinguye wayichaza.
I'm on record as saying, Advocate, that to my understanding and to the best of my knowledge, we've submitted all what we had. Secondly, I've already responded to you today to say to you, part of what is a limitation of the footage that you are talking about is also articulated in our submission, and I have verbally equally said to this commission that our work had been disrupted. So the incompleteness has a reason and a rationale for it.
Bensendichazile into yokuba ke ngoku ngolwazi nalo yonke into esinayo thina ndisise ngaphambili kwaye ke ngoku enye into kwi-gaps ezikhoyo phaa bendithe ke ngoku ibe into isizathu ngoba kubekho kuphazamiseko okukhoyo.
National Commissioner, let me intervene here for a moment. I don't think that's quite an answer to the question, but let me approach the matter from a slightly different angle. I take it that it must have been very frustrating for you that there wasn't video material covering the whole operation. You had asked or instructed, in fact, in your letter, Exhibit S, that video material should be taken use the exact words, that video footage is taken of the crowd throughout the phases, and including during the use of minimum force. So that was your instruction. Obviously, it was designed to ensure that when there was an incident of any kind where minimum force was used, there would be no scope for arguments and disputes and months of expensive commission hearings to ascertain what happened, because it could all be made clear in a short while by looking at video footage. Now, that instruction you gave was obviously not complied with for whatever reason. And that must have been, as I would think, a source of frustration for you. Would that be a fair assessment?
Ndingathi na into yokuba yinto eyakuhlupha kuyakuphazamisa kakhulu emoyeni into yokuba ekubeni wena sewutshile into yoba kufuneka iividiyo zenziwe ngayo yonke into eyenzekayo zingekho iividiyo ezinjalo, loo nto yayiba yinto ekuphazamisayo nayo ngoba kubonakala bengazange bathobele laa myolelo wawukhuphayo.
Judge, you're right. Not only frustration but concern. And this is why I asked. We had to look for why did we not do that, and we articulate that to say part of our photographers, the disruption did also disrupt the compliance.
Unyanisilekileyo phofu yabanqalabo ngoba safuna uqonda uba kutheni ingenziwanga kodwa ke safumanisa uba kwaba ke ngokubathatha ifoto kwaba kokuphazamiseko okukhoyo.
That's where Mr. Nsibeza comes from when he says, didn't you consider it necessary to ask? But I think you've covered that point before.
I have.
Now there are two, of course, aspects to this matter. The one is, you assume, I take it, that everything was done as you were told, that all the video material that you had was handed over. That's what you were told, and you say, to the best of your knowledge, that is the case. Of course, there is another possibility, and that is the possibility that some people in the police force who hadn't behaved in accordance with the highest standards, who were aware of video material which showed them doing things they shouldn't have done, would have had a motive to do away with or hide or conceal or destroy such footage. Now, it's clear from what you say that you don't believe that that's the case. And I can understand why that's your attitude. But I think what Mr. Nsibeza is trying to examine is whether there's any scope for that possibility being also correct. Am I interpreting you correctly, Mr.? Interpretation is the wrong word. There's someone else doing interpreting. Do I construe the thrust of your cross-examination correctly?
Well, that pretty much was the direction in which I was going.
Right. Well, now that I've moved the four-wheeled vehicle a little bit further forward, would you like to proceed?
Akunokwenzeka mhlawumbi into yokuba kukho abo bona mhlawumbi babebona into yobana bayachaphazeleka kwaye bathi izo video bazikhona bazitshabalalisa benziyele nqele njalo ngoba bayabona uba zibasulela ngetyala okanye zibonisa uba ikhona into ezingalifanelekanga abazenzayo kuloo video leyo.
Judge, to that I would say not to our attention, not to our knowledge, and I think That's how best I can answer that.
indlela eyona yona engawuziphendula kwayo into yoba mna ke andinalwazi lunjalo.
Was based on the assumption that what you told us was correct, namely, to the best of your knowledge, all the video material was available. You then gave an explanation about the disruption as to why there wasn't other video material. All I was suggesting to you that there is another possibility, which obviously this commission has to investigate. Whether that was correct or not is a matter we will have to look at. That's the only point I was making.
Into bendithetha nje into kubana enye into ebengahlamhlamba sithi yenzekile into kubana mhlambi zikhona kwaye zazichatshalaliswa mhlambi kodwa ndithi into esizawuphandwa ke yile commission ba into enjalo yenzekile na.
Judge, I'd like to say that would be an assumption in my book too, and if it has to be investigated and there is need for that, that would be in the rights of this commission to do so.
Nam ndisathi ke ba mhlambi ba into elolo hlobo ke into enophandwa yile efuneka uba mayiphandwe yile commission.
Yes. Now, the question actually that I was asking, especially now in view of what you are saying, is 2 weeks before the happenings on the 16th of August, and a couple of weeks or so thereafter, a circular you had sent has not been complied with. You are given a report in which it is manifest, or from which it is manifest, that there is no video footage of the nature that you envisaged in the circular. The question I was asking is, wasn't that an occasion for you to seek to find out from those who are giving the report, get more detail? And if it was a reason for you to get more detail, why didn't you go after detail?
Njengoba bekusokudlula iveki ezimbini ke ukhuphelo setyhulwa elo xwebhu elo kulo mntu ke wayinguye nginika ingxelo ekubeni ba uzoxela into enjalo zange utsho kuba into baqhubekeke bafune ulwazi baphande kwaye xa ubona ingenzeki loo nto leyo kutheni wena ungathathi amanyathelo ukubona ba into enjalo yenzeka.
You assume that we didn't.
Wena uyithatha ngathi asiyenzanga.
And I say we did. That's why we're explaining in the report why that did not happen.
Kwaye sichazile ke nakungxelo yethu into ba kutheni into enjalo ingenzekanga nje.
Later, earlier on, I had referred to your use of the royal we. I'm just asking you, at the end of the day, you are not the leadership. I'm asking you because at the end of the day, the buck stops at some place. And you are the national commissioner. You are the one who sent circular. Did you yourself say, okay, just who was in charge of the water cannon videos, the helicopter videos, the ordinary police videos, the videos in the Nyalas, and all of those? I just want to get those people. Ria, I want these people. I just want to find out what it is. Are you saying to the commission you yourself did not? As commissioner.
Ndikubuza njengecommissioner wena ubuqu into okuba khanguthi wena ngobuqu ufuna ukwazi into ngoba
Mr. Beza, I think you've asked that question and she said I didn't because the provincial commissioner, obviously in whom she has great faith, I take it, she was certain was going to go in for that. I think that's your answer, am I right?
That's one.
You've given us several times.
I have said so already to say those type of details you will get from the operations leader. But secondly, the explanation that was given to me, that is reflected in the report, RIA accepts.
Ndithe oqala ke ngulo wayekhokela ioperation nguyeza ichaza lonto kwaye ingcaciso mna endinikweyo ndiyayamkela.
That explanation, of course, only deals with the POP people who are on the ground. We've had a lot of evidence about some of the other videos, the water cannon videos. The water cannon people didn't run away at the first smell of sulfur, and they had video cameras on their water cannons, and there were people in the air. And all that video material we've had doesn't take us terribly far. People seem to be pointing their cameras in the wrong place at the wrong time, all that kind of thing. Now, it may well have been all happened quite innocently, unfortunately, in a non-sinister way. But the explanation you were given only covers the POP video operators. It doesn't explain why all this other video material either isn't there because the cameras didn't function at the right time or didn't have batteries or whatever it was. Although the instructions also say somewhere that people must make sure the batteries are working, the cameras are working before something is done. So these are other aspects that aren't covered by the explanation you were given. And I think that's where Mr. Bears is going. I'm trying to get things moving a bit, but and if he's offended, I apologize. But am I right, Mr. Bears? He's not listening to me, it doesn't matter. So, can you...
No, I was listening. It's called multitasking, Mr. Chairman.
Ndisamamele ke njema kuthiwa ke ngokwezinye ividiyo kwakhona incaciselo kubana ezazipha ke kwabapha kwi helicopter zazijonge kwelinye icala ezinye zinengxaki yilonto ayakuyo ke ngoku yena u senior counsel Ntsebeza.
The point, the explanation you were given doesn't cover the whole field. It covers part of it, but there are other aspects that aren't covered by it. And is that part of what you're onto, Mr. Ntsebeza?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I'm, if I may follow up, you see, my learned friend directed my attention to slide 170 of Exhibit L.
Uthe ke ngoku usena council Semenya wayenza into yoba makajonge pha ku exhibit L kodwa ke iphepha 170 umfanekiso.
Do you have it in front of you?
Uyiphethe ngaphambi kwakho?
Yes, I do.
Ewe.
Can you read it to the commission?
Sicela uyifundele i-commission.
Let me see.
It's a stream, Mr. Ntsebeza. I can read it. Captain Adreo informed the video operators of POP about the information. This information is in the previous bullet that Captain Adreo informed both the video operators of the SAPS, so there's only two of them involved, that a journalist had reported to him that the video operators of POP who were in civilian clothing were identified as, quote, police spies by the protesters and might be killed if they remained in the general media group. Captain Adreo informed the video operators of POP about the information. Based on this information, they withdrew from the scene and returned to the jock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've said the commissioner.
Ushwangathela ke itsho into baba babini babethwe abantu babethe bona ngongcethoza bamapolisa baye ke ngokuba buyela pha ke ngokujoke baye barhoxa into babeyenza ukuthatha ivideo yeso.
Now, the commissioner has, the chairman has kindly read what I said you must read. Now, is that the reason that you did not seek a reason why that injunction was not carried to the letter?
Isiso ke saresenza into ba ungababuza into ba kutheni bengenzanga lo myolelo ukho apha kule ncwadi.
It is a response to why 3.3 did not take place, by the way.
Impendulo phofu yokuba kutheni ke ukulento ku 3.3 ingenzekanga phofu ke.
Where you started to say,
uqale khona wena.
In terms of the instruction, 3.3 should have happened. What went wrong?
Njengoba usithi ngo 3.3 befuneke bawenzekile konakelephi.
And that is a response.
Sorry, that's correct, because 3.3 deals with the POP people.
Exactly.
That deals with the duties of the POP video operators.
Yes.
Yes. But of course, the further point is that there were other video operators as well, or there were supposed to be. The water cannon were supposed to have video cameras, working video cameras fitted to them, which were supposed to come on automatically when the water cannon was actuated. There were people in the sky in the helicopters who took videos which, with the greatest respect, don't take us very much further. So I would have imagined that you might well have considered saying to them, well, I understand now why the POP video operators didn't do anything, but there were other video cameras as well. What about them? Now, did you not ask about that?
Kangobabuze ngoba le icacile yeba babini bona kodwa ke le water cannon yona lezi ezinyezi kangobuze ukuba bona kwenzeke ntoni ngevideo ezi befuneke besithathile.
I'm aware, for instance, that when we asked about the water cannon, the water cannon operations, the operation of the water cannon, they could not operate that, and I'm sure those who were in operation will come and tell you that they were not able to operate the camera on the water cannon.
Ndiqinisekile ababelapha ingakumbi ke ezenkanunu zamanzi bazawuzaba bazowucacisisa into yokuba khange babe nakwazi ukuba basebenzise okanye benze bazisebenze ezo camera zabo, video camera.
And I'm sure those who were on the helicopter, I'm sure General Pempe, when he comes here, he'll be able to talk to that also.
Ndiqinisekile naba beku helicopter xa elapho General Pempe naye uzayicacisa loo nto leyo.
Commissioner, do you say, as my attention was drawn to it by your counsel, that the explanation given in slide 170 is the reason, or one of the reasons, that were given as to why there was no footage in scene 1 and in scene 2 from the SAPS?
Uthi ke ngoku le nto ibhalwa apha ku-170 yenye ingcaciso okanye izizathu ezinikwe into yoba kutheni ke ngoku kungekho vidiyo ezenziweyo phaa kwisehlo sokuqala nesesibini.
I'm on record saying so.
Ewe ndikwirokethi wena laa nto ndithetha into enjalo.
So, your explanation is that, which we accepted, and I would assume reasonably so, is that the POP didn't do a job which you wanted them to do because an unnamed journalist told them that they might be killed.
Captain Adrea who conveyed the information. That's what 170.
Yes. But then Captain Adrea, from what I understand, conveyed it to her as a basis.
Captain
Adrea received the information from the journalist, and he then conveyed that information to the two video operators, as a result of which they withdrew. That's what that says. And that was the explanation that was given to the commissioner.
Okay.
And the commissioner accepted that as a rational and a reasonable basis. Is that right?
Because it is true. Our videographers could not do their job because they were seen as people who were spying on the crowd, and they had to retreat.
babona njengabantu ingathi ngongcethoza ke belapha kwesithwele kuye kwakunyanzeleka into bakhe ngoku barhoxe,
and therefore advocate they could not do their job.
Ngoko ke advocate khange bakwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wabo.
Is that an exception to your rule?
Kumthetho ke ngoku owenzileyo.
If you are labeled police spies, you can withdraw from the scene and not photograph anything.
If the life of the police is in danger and their work is disrupted to video what we're supposed to be videoing, it is responsible for me and responsible for the commanders to act accordingly to ensure that lives are further saved. It was important.
Into ebalekile kuba xa ubomi bomntu ke lo busesichengeni okanye umsebenzi uphazamiseka into izobonisa uba inkathalo kumba umuntu onjalo angaqhubekeki.
And let me also say Captain Andrea is in communications and he understands precisely the dangers of those people that are supposed to do the work that they're supposed to do, and this has been reported to this commission as a problem, as a disrupting factor.
Captain Andrea nayo ukwezonxulumelwano kwaye uyayazi nayo loo nto leyo kwaye ichazwe nakule commission njengento eyaba sisiphazamiso leyo.
So the police withdraw from a police operation which would have given them an ability to video an operation that had not even begun. Because if you look at that slide, the timing of that slide is at 1:30. They withdraw from a duty that they would have had to do almost 3 hours before it happened.
Barhoxa kumsebenzi wafuneka bewenzile iiyure ezintathu ingekenzeki nokwenzeka lento beyenzekile ngoba xa sijonge phasi sibona ingathi ngelo xesha ke kwakunikwa loo ngxelo kwakungecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
Our police, who are there to protect us and maintain law and order and are responsible also for making sure that they have video footage of what might turn out to be an incident that needs a recordal to obviate the very thing that we are doing. Because they are told that they may be police spies, leave the area more than 2 hours before the operation starts. Is that what you accepted as rational and reasonable?
Uyamkele njengento ke ngoku eyiyo kwaye efanelekileyo xa kuthiwa ke ngolamapolisa kube kufuneke ibe ngawa ayenza ukhuselazisa ucwangco kwaye babefuneke benza ivideo baye basuka kule ndawo leyo kanye barhoxa apho ngenxa yoba bekuthiwa ngongcothoza.
Advocate, I'm going to try and you gave a long question. I'm going to try to cut it into pieces when I respond to you.
Kodwa ngenza kunika impendulo emfutshane nangona ubonakala emde umbuzo wakho.
Yes, that you do so after tea. It sounds as if the answer is going to be that you did regard it as a rational and reasonable explanation, and you're going to say why. Is that correct?
I'll definitely do so.
All right. Now, one of the points I wanted to make to Mr. Beza is that, you know, this is all very much second or third hand. I understand you probing her acceptance of the explanation. I understand that. But the real question will come up when, I take it he's coming to give evidence. Captain Adreo comes and gives evidence and deals with this directly. And perhaps one of the generals or brigadiers or somebody who was on the scene is questioned about this. The matter can then be gone into fully in relation to all the surrounding circumstances and where the NIU were and who was supposed to protect the general media group and all that kind of stuff can then be gone into. So I'm afraid detailed discussion of it now isn't really going to help us. But let us have our tea, and when we've finished, the National Commissioner will give her explanation to why she accepted this as a reasonable and rational explanation, and then we can move on. Is that an appropriate way of going?
No, we can take that.
Can you give us an indication? I know it's difficult because you can't take injury time into account, but how long do you anticipate you will still be with your cross-examination?
I had thought that I would be done by 1 o'clock.
You tell you done?
I thought I would be done by lunchtime.
Yeah, but lunchtime has come and gone.
Today.
Are you talking about lunchtime tomorrow now? Look, I know it's difficult to answer the question, but can you give us a sort of an idea? Are you likely to finish this afternoon?
I would like to finish this afternoon.
Okay. Let's drink our tea with more enjoyment than otherwise in the light of that information.
Sisayokuphunga ke sawuphinda sibuye kwakhona xa sigqiba ukuphunga. Masimeni inyawo yaqala commission. Singaphinda hlaleni phansi kakhona. Asimeni ke ngenyawo kokugqibela.
Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you still under oath, Mr. Nsibeza?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, we now are at a stage. By the way, the chairman was correct in saying that there will be, hopefully there would be people who will specifically testify to the whole narrative about police spies.
Uchilo kusihlala into babakhona kwabantu abazinika ubungqina ke bazongqina ngalento ke iyongcothoza bamapolisa.
What I sought to establish, and you will correct me here if I'm wrong, is whether what was drawn to my attention by counsel for SAPS being 171. What's it called? Exhibit L 170 is something that featured in your consideration of the reasons that there was no official SAPS footage that was made available to the Commission.
Into endivileyo ke into yokuba enye lento ibhala po 170 yenye yezizathu enabanazo okanye wabanazo into yokuba kutheni ke i-video footage ingazange ke ngoku ibe khona evela ku-South African Police Service.
You are right by saying it's one of those. I've already touched on some of the other things that the judge alluded to, and I'm sure the operations people would be able to give even more and detail around these matters.
Unyanisile ke ndicinga uba ke ngoku abanye bazokwazi ukuthi bazochanchatha kakhulu kule nto ngaba be-operations.
And in summarizing the position is this. At 1:25, 2 POPs video camera people get withdrawn from the scene because they have been identified as police spies.
into endifumanisa into yoba ke ngoku aba bamapolisa bathatha ividiyo babini baye basuswa ke ngoku phaa kwindawo yesehlo ngokuba baye babonwa njengongcothoza bamapolisa.
That's what is there.
Yinto ebhaliwe apha.
It is true, because the situation wasn't safe for them, they had to be withdrawn, and safety became an issue.
Yinyani leyo ngokuba kaloku into ebingumba engumnqayi phambili ibingukhuseleko lwabo.
And those two, for their safety, from what I understand you to be saying, are withdrawn and they return to the Joint Operations Center.
Indlela endiva ngayo nayo into yokuba eso sibini saye sarhoxiswa sasuswa pho saye sabuyela phaa kule ndawo kuthiwa i-Joint Operation Center.
I'm sure there would be more detail. That is recorded as such, but the operations people would give you more details about what they did and at what point they returned to the Joint Operations Center.
Into ebhaliwe apha leyo kodwa abantu be-operation ngaba bazawuchaza kwaye bazawutsho noba bekungeliphi ixesha elixesha abantu ke ngoku bebebuyela phaa i-Joint Operation Center.
And the people who are going to testify after me will talk quite at length to that.
Abantu ke bazawuchankcatha bathethe ngakumbi ngale nto ngaba ke ngoku bazawuza be-operations.
You can be sure we will cross that bridge when we come to it.
Siyawunqumla ke lo bhlorho xa sesifika kuyo.
I'm told somebody said we'll double cross that bridge when we come to it.
Ndike ndava omnye uthi sayinqumla kabini xa sesifika kuyo lo bhlorho.
What I want to put, what I've always been trying to get through to you, Commissioner, is that you have an instruction which is put in unequivocal terms that video footage, without exception, must be taken throughout and during the operation. There is an allegation at 1:30, even as the generals, General Annandale and everybody else are meeting just to discuss what is going to be done, a meeting that lasts until about 1:30 to 2 o'clock. The operation is going to start at 3:30. Is it your evidence that you accepted as a basis for the absence of video footage what is being said in slide 170?
Ngoku ke njengoba besithi ke abantu ekubeni bakuthethekele into ebithethekayo kwafumanisa warhoxiswe ke ngoku isisibini eso uthi ke nangona ibiza kwenza ngo-3:30 operation le nkcazelo uye wayinikwa ebhalwa apha ku-170 uye wayamkela na?
I've already said yes, and I shall say yes again.
Ndisenditshilo uba ewe ndiyawutsho kwakhona ndithi ewe.
Now, the next question I ask, and I may ask it as well. Didn't you feel that it was a reason that needed further interrogation from you?
Bungaboni ukuthi eso sathu ibinto ekufuneka wena uqhubeke kuyigocagoce.
Advocate, my yes is informed, and my yes is effatlhetswe because it's been substantiated. So I'm saying yes, taking all issues into account. And the question you are asking, I would say I had done what I thought it was necessary for me to actually be able to say yes.
Ndithe impendulo yam ewe kwaye ndinikele izizathu zam ezivakalayo ukuba kutheni ndithe ewe ndiye ndachaza ndachankcaza kwaye nditsho kwavokothenga.
I'm sorry, I think before the Tiger German, I promised you, and I give you an opportunity to give what was called a rational and reasonable explanation as to why you believe the explanation. I don't think I kept that promise. So would you like to give that now?
Ndikasinika isizathu into yokuba kutheni ke ukuye wakholelwa le nto ethethekileyo apha njengento eyiyo enjalo.
I think, Judge, first and foremost, I do need to say, when my understanding and my testimony to this commission was that we as the police had done everything to plan for the operation of the 16th.
ndingathi kokuqala into yoba senze unakho nakho xa senze isicwangciso ke nge-operation yange-16.
Amongst many other things that were planned for would have been exactly the process of taking photos, videos for that event.
Enye into ke engenye yezibe ezisenziwa ngexesha bekucetywa ibe kukuthatha ke kwemifanekiso ifoto kunokwenza ividiyo njalo njalo.
I've also said, Judge, to this commission that the event of the 16th was not the first that we were dealing with. I am on record saying in the past 3 years we've dealt with over 33,000 of similar issues.
Isehlo esaphanga lamhla we-16 kwangokuqala senza into elolwahla okanye umsebenzi onje yanthe ezingaphambili zingaphezu kwe-33,000.
And a lot of what we were doing there to plan and to get ready used a lot of experiential knowledge, expertise that we've gathered over and over and over again.
Kwaye nendlela kwasetyenziswa ngayo pha kwakusetyenziswa amava kwakunye nobuchule ezithe saba nabo kwaye into biphindaphindwa ke ngoku xesha elithi.
I've also said, thirdly, that the fact that our tested, known experience and expertise did not do what it did not achieve or release or bring the outcomes that we're used to, told a very different story.
Iye yaba enye into engenye ke ngoxana ke kuneziphumo zalonto yenzeka zaba zezinye ezingaqhelekanga.
And this is why I said to this commission that in our understanding, the circumstances and happenings of that day in our definition were seriously very not like the other circumstances that we have ever encountered.
Njeba ndilonto bendisitsho ke ukuba nemeko ke esiye sasebenza ngaphansi kwazo okanye imeko sasifikela sikuyo ngela xesha yayehlukile kunezi siqhelekileyo siqala ukuba sijongane nazo.
The plan that we thought would do what it would normally do under managing protests did not do what it was supposed to do. And this is where the unprecedented nature of this matter of the 16th comes into play.
Ke ngoku lento ke ngoku ye plan iqhela usebenza kwindlela ezininzi khange isebenze ngendlela ke ngoku iqhela ukwenza ba isebenze ngayo yilonto ke ngosithi lento ingazange ke yenzeke ngaphambili ithe yenzeka khona.
Our plan was disrupted.
Icwangciso lethu siye saphazanyiswa.
And therefore it yielded outcomes that we had never intended.
Kwaye iye yaveza iziphumo ebesingazilindelanga kwanye besingafuni into besingafuni yenzeke.
And I've also said in terms of this, the compliance issues as the advocate was talking about in terms of our normal way of taking pictures and all the number of issues interrupted with those processes.
Ndiyona nditheke ukupha ku council nendlela isebenzisa ngayo umgaqo kwanye silandelayo njengokuthatha amafoto iye yaba nokuphazamiseka nayo.
It was an unnatural situation in terms of our policing.
Ngokwendlela yethu yokwenza umsebenzi wamapolisa yinto ke ngoku ingasiyinto yemvelo okanye engaqhelekanga.
Thank you.
I had indicated
Yes, Mr. Ntebeza.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had indicated to you that by no fault of their own, the people I represent are unsophisticated. They want to compare situations. One of the things that I know about disruption, what you say about disruption, but one of the things that they say is there is an event which the world media who were there were able to capture. Dangerous as that situation was. Now, why is it that the police were not able similarly to capture what happened at scene 1?
njengoba sibona ke ukwisehlo esisenzekelayo nangona abantu ke bona abamele intsapho ezi zikwazi ukuthi zizothelekisa zonke izinto njengoba ke ngokonondaba ke bazwe lonke bebepha ukuba bayofota lonto leyo kutheni ke amapolisa bengakwazi ukwenza ifoto yalonto ingakumbi kwesehlo esisoqala.
Are you saying I must go back to them and say the commissioner says their operators were withdrawn because they were suspected to be police spies 2 hours before the operation started?
Ngokulindele bandibuyele kubo ndiyobaxelela into ba ucommissioner uthi kwanyanzeleka into ba barhoxiswe apho ngokuba bekurhanelwa into kuba bona ngongcothoza bamapolisa.
Is that what I must tell them?
Into funeka ndibaxelela yona leyo.
I think what you should tell them is that we did not have any report from any of the media people there that their lives were threatened directly. But you can tell them that the members of the police who were doing this work were actually threatened.
Kundicinga into bafuna ukuxelela into kuba khange ubekho omnye wentatheli owaza wazi uthi into ba yena ubomi babo basicingini kwanye bagrogriswa kodwa ke wona amalungu awethu amapolisa ayepha bona bagrogriswa.
Are you talking about Warrant Officer IT Ndlovu? IT Ndlovu.
Uthetha ke ngu-warrant officer umcuphi lo IT Ndlovu.
I may not be sure of the names, but I'm sure my commanders would be able to tell you about exactly which warrant officers were affected here.
Noba ndingawazi kakuhle amagama ndicinga ke ngoku bona ababenzi operation bazawukwazi into ba ngobani ke ngoku lamalungu kanye namapolisa ayichaphazeleka apho.
Now that's the detail that the chairman correctly indicated. We will investigate at that time.
Njebe chilo chairman ba izawuyithi iphandwe ngelo xesha ke leyo.
You have taken disciplinary action, or you have ordered disciplinary action to be taken against members of the SAPS whenever it is necessary for you to do so.
Uthi ke kufuneka uthatha unyathelo ke zezoluleko kumalungu amapolisa xa ikho imfuneko yalonto leyo.
You are correct.
Unyanisile.
And you have done so after you have evaluated whatever evidence is there.
Uyenza lonto emvani ba ugqiba phonona ngabonke ke ngokubungqina obulapho.
Yes, it is demanded of me to do so.
Ewe into efuneka into ba mna ndiyenze leyo.
Indeed. You do so because you want to be satisfied that, amongst other things, that when orders are sent out, when instructions are sent out, they must be adhered to.
Uyenza lonto ngoba ufuna uqinisekisa into kuba xa ke ngokukhutshwa imiyolelo ethile kufuneka ithotyelwe.
You are right, and also that whatever I do must be fair and just.
We unyanisile kwaye nayo yonke into endiyenzayo kube into efanekileyo kwaye enobulungisa.
I was asking all these questions because I want to know whether, in this instance, you have ever thought of disciplinary action against any of the members of the South African Police Service who failed to comply with your instruction as carried out in Exhibit S.
Ndithetha nto ngoba kaloku bendifuna uqonda uba ke ngoku ukuba khange ukwazi uthatha amanyathelo ke ngoku ezoluleko kulamapolisa ke ngoku achaphazelekayo kuwezinto zikweli xwebhu Exhibit S.
I think you would agree with me, Advocate, that this commission, when it is done, and when the outcomes of this commission are put before us, we, as the police, will take the opportunity to evaluate everything. And I'm on record saying relevant remedies would be taken.
Ke ngoku njengoba benisitshilo ngaphambili into yoba le commission kuzothi xa isequkunjelwa sekuphume neziphumo zayo siyakwazi ukuthi eziphumo siziphomononge kwaye amanyathelo afanelekileyo ke ngoku akwazi uba athathwe.
Is the suggestion that even if you are satisfied on investigation of facts, you will not take action until this commission has done its work. Is that how you conceive the work of this commission?
Awusoze ukwazi uthatha amanyathelo ide ibe igqityiwe okanye iqukunjelwe le commission.
I shall not preempt the outcome of all these processes.
Andinawukwazi ukucingela ngaphambili into yoba izawuba yintoni iziphumo zayo yonke le nto ke uyenzekayo apha.
I'll come to that when I deal with the whole question of internal review.
Ke xa ufika kuyo leyo xa senithetha ngophononongo lenzwa ke ngaphakathi.
But I would like you to indicate to the commission how it is so that when you would seek to satisfy yourself about why Exhibit S, with regard to the taking of video footage, was not complied with, you are not entitled to take disciplinary action against the members involved. Are you suggesting that you would be interfering with the work of this commission if you did so?
Uthi kuba ingathatha amanyathelo ke ngokuzululeko kubeni ufana ukuzaneliseka ngezinto kuba kuthena ungalandelanga u-Exhibit S uthi ke xa uwenza into enjalo yobuphazamisana nokusebenza kanye uqhubekeka kwale commission.
Entitlement is okay.
Semenya?
Chair, there is no prima facie indication of misconduct necessitating disciplinary action where an explanation is given that I did not execute the instructions following information from the brigadier that our lives were in danger. We had been identified as police spies and withdrew for that reason. There would be no basis at all for any disciplinary action.
Akukho ke ngoku into enyanzela into yoba kuthathwe ke ngoku amanyathelo wokuba amapolisa zange aziphathe kakuhle xa esithi nawo into yokuba khangakwazi ukwenza into elolo hlobo enike nesizathu esibhalwe apha ke ngoku 170 bakutheni engakwanga ukwenza into enje ukuba ubomi babo bebisengozini.
Maybe let me take a few steps back
Ke ndithi ke ubuyele emva kancinci nje
and seek to lay a basis, which is what I think my learned friend wants done.
ndenze ke lento ifunwa ke ngomnye ummeli lo.
I don't understand you to be suggesting that the public order police on the 16th of August would have relied for video footage on two people.
Andicingi ba ke ngokuthi amapolisa ke public order bebe no ujonga kanye bethembile ebantwini ababini bengabo qha kuba abazothatha ivideo.
You are not suggesting that, are you?
Awutsho.
I'm not understanding you. Maybe let me understand you fully. When you say you are not understanding me to be saying that, what are you understanding me to be saying?
Andikuvisisi ke uxa usithi nawe awundivisisi kulena mna ndithi ndiyayithetha.
You see, there is an endeavor to explain the absence of footage
Yes.
Kukho imizamo yokuzamchaza into yoba
by
kutheni
me being referred to what is indicated at slide 170.
ukuthi sibhekise kule chazwa apha ku slide 170.
And 170 tells us that operators from POP who operate videos were withdrawn at 1:25 because they were suspected of being spies because their lives were in danger.
Apha bathe bathathwa abo basuswa apho ngokuba babebonwa njengongcothoza kwaye ubomi babo babusesichengeni ku 1:25.
Now, that standing alone is that one of the reasons that you were given as a basis for saying, Commissioner, we don't have video footage of what happened 2 hours after we had withdrawn our video cameras.
Ke ngoku enye yengcaciso ezinikiweyo le ibhalwe apha into yokuba kutheni emva kwe-2 hours kungazange kwenziwe ividiyo ngale nto yayisenzeka ngesehlo eso.
I've already said yes to that application.
Yes.
Ndithe ewe kuleyo.
Just checking, Commissioner. Now, are you saying, therefore, that as far as public order policing on that day was concerned, for the entire operation, they relied on those 2 video cameramen?
Uthi ke ngoku ngamanye amazwi ke ngoku ipop ngalamini njengokwayo babethembele kwaba bantu babini na becamera.
I've already indicated that responding to the judge on the water cannon cameras, and I've said those again were platform, and I'm sure the operation
Where what?
were another source. Yes, I've spoken about the water cannons. You and the judge also referred to the helicopters, and I've said the commanders and the operators will come and explain in technical and detailed terms what worked, what didn't work in terms of those.
And that's what
ndaphendula ke ndathi ke inkanuni enye ibingabe kanuni behelicopter ndithe kodwa ke aba becommander bazayichaza into yokuba yintoni ke ngoku le iyenzeka okanye le ingazange yenzeke.
And then I said, given all those, I was satisfied with the explanation that was given.
Ndithi ke ngenxa yezo zathu ezo zibekiweyo ke ndaye ndaneliseka ngenkcazelo ndathi ndayinikwa.
Yes. I may have missed it in reading the transcripts. Did you say why from those other sources there wasn't, according to what you were told? I know that the real people will come. I mean, not the real people. The people who were involved will come, but you yourself, and please understand that I'm looking at you as the administrator who has to decide whether disciplinary action here is warranted. Like you have decided in another matter where you have appointed a chairman of a disciplinary inquiry, even though they are proceedings of a criminal nature. Now, I'm asking you the question.
I'm not sure.
Are you saying that you are not in a position to tell us what you were told led to the absence of video material, or is it because I didn't pick it up in the transcripts?
Xa sithetha ke ngoku ngezinye ezi video uthi ke ngoku wawuxelela into yoba kutheni iividiyo zingenziwanga wanikwa inkcazelo okanye mhlawumbi apha kula maxwebhu apha kubhalwe phantsi khona zange mna ndibane nento enjalo.
Maybe I don't understand your question. There are 2 things in the question that you've asked. You've spoken about me appointing a chairperson of a disciplinary inquiry. I don't know which one that is. I would like to understand. That's one. And secondly, you raised the issue around the helicopters and other things. And just before tea, the judge asked a question. I gave my understanding around the water cannons and the helicopter.
Andimbuzo ke ngoku ungathi imibuzo emibini kumbuzo omnye ngoba oqala uthethe ngam apho ubuthe ndadityumbe ke ngoku usihlalo kwakhona uphinde wathetha ngehelicopter njengoba nale kanuni ngexesha benibuzwa ngujaji ndiye ndayiphendula.
If I were dragged to come to the question of the other appointment, I would. But let me just make this point. What I'm seeking to say to you is you evaluated information that came to you as to why there is no video footage. Am I right in that assessment?
Into endiyifunda into yoba ulwazi uye walufumana uye wenza uphando ngalo into yokuba kutheni ke i-video footage le ingekho nje.
You are correct, I've said so.
Unyanisile ndithethe loo nto leyo.
one of the reasons there is no video footage we have dealt with, people were withdrawn at 1:25 past. The other is that there are technical people who will come and testify as to why the water cannons, the helicopters, nyalas and everything else, which ought to be able to take video footage, didn't. Did I understand you well?
Ndikuveka kuhle ndaba into ukuthi ke ngokwesizathu ke ngoku esibekiweyo soqala yesokuba baye barhoxiswa kutheni berhoxiswa ngo-1:30 esesibini into yokubana bakhona ke ngoku aba bazaba basebenza ngokuqhakalala abazawutsho into babona kutheni zingazange zisebenze ke ngoku ezo video ezo.
Yes, I have confirmed that there were other platforms that could have contributed to the footage, the water cannons and the helicopters, not the nyalas.
Yes.
Nditsho ke ngoku ntoba bekho ezinye bezingabe zinazo zinegalelo lapho njenge-helicopter ne water cannon kodwa hayi ihipo ezi.
Okay. In other words, you have information that you were given by technical people as to why the other sources of video footing have not produced video footing as expected.
Ngamanye amazwi khona ingxelo ifumene kwabasebenza ngokuqhakalala into yobana ke ngokutheni ezinye iivideo ezi bekufuneka uba zenziwe zingakhange uba zenziwe na.
Yes, I have said so, and I have said when General Annandale comes here, he will explain in much detail and in depth what happens to the water cannon. I have said earlier on before we left that General Mpembe will talk to the footage on the helicopters. I've said so earlier on.
Into endithethe ngaphambili noba uGeneral Annandale nguye ke uzawuchaza into yoba kutheni ezi video ke ngoku zingekho kwaye uzawuchankcatha yena xa echaza loo nto noGeneral Mpembe azochaza ngale helicopter into yoba kutheni iividiyo zakhona zingekho nje.
And there will be somebody, you say, will come and say why there is no video footage for scene 1 and for scene 2.
Kukho ozawuza bazochaza into yoba kutheni ngekho footage ngesiganeko ke esokuqala nesiganeko esesibini.
The issues we are talking about are meant to give you footage for those two areas. And therefore, by implication, the explanation that would be given would be why there isn't footage for those two scenes.
Isizathu ke okanye inkcazelo ezawunikwa apha yokuba kutheni video ke ufootage zingenzwanga for iziganeko ezo zimbini.
Yes, yeah, I think I understood that. But what I'm asking is whether you are saying, just like you said, General Mpembe will come. Is there somebody who's going to come to tell us why we don't have police footage of scene 1?
Njengoba uthe uzawuza uGeneral Mpembe ukhona ke uzawuza azosixelela apha esuke emapoliseni lokuba kutheni singena video footage ke yesehlo esisokuqala.
You confuse me because I thought when we talk about the video footage, we're talking the context of this question is around footage of scene 1 and scene 2. I understood throughout this discussion that we were talking about that. And therefore, when I say there'll be somebody, those people will be coming to talk, I thought we were saying these are the possible platforms for the footage. We discussed that.
I understood it. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry,
I understood her to say that there will be evidence explaining the lack of footage for scene 1, lack of police footage for scene 1.
Yes.
I think she said General Annandale would deal with that. Is that right?
She hasn't said who it is. That's what I was trying to get to.
Is that correct, National Commissioner?
You know, but Judge,
You said that someone will come and give evidence as to why there isn't police video footage for scene 1. Who will that be? Do you know? Was that
Yazi bangubani lozawuza ke
General
wazonika
Mpembe or General Annandale, or who's going to be?
uzawangubani lozosixelela uba ngevideo.
I'm saying the commanders that were in charge of the operations. General Annandale is one of them. General Mpembe is one of them. All those people that are coming to follow me would be able to do that.
Now, what you're telling us, there will be evidence from the commanders explaining the lack of police footage for scene 1 and scene 2.
Precisely, and it will be intertwined, and those commanders would be able to explain that.
Yeah, that's what I understood you to say.
Yes,
commanders
Mr. Beza, it's now 4 o'clock. You're obviously not going to finish by the time we adjourn.
Indeed,
How-
yes, Chairman.
How long do you think you're likely to be tomorrow? I know it's difficult, and I know the injury time and all sorts of problems. Just estimate.
I would like the general to go home. So, really, I don't know.
You've got to go. I understood you to say you're going to go back to page 7 of triple F2. You cross-examined on it, and you said you'd come back to it. You left it, come back to it.
Yes.
You said you were going to come back to the iPad Act and the situation in relation to that. You haven't done that either, have you? So those two things are still outstanding, I think.
I've got quite some. Yeah, some questions.
Are you likely to finish before, subject to injury time, which I understand is a matter over which you have no control? You're likely to finish by tea tomorrow?
I would like to finish by tea.
All right. Now, may I ask, I understand Mr. Gumbi wants to cross-examine as well, is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
How long do you think you're going to be, Mr. Gumbi?
30 minutes will suffice, Chairperson. 30 minutes will suffice, yes.
Thank you. Anybody else want to cross-examine?
Read 1 hour.
But I want to bring something to your attention. The witness promised us that there would be a response to exhibit triple F21 by Monday morning that passed. We didn't have anything from the police. I raised it with my learned friends. They appear to have, well, they were non-committal. The attorney told me that he didn't know.
Remind me what triple F21
This was the parliamentary presentation of the Institute of Security Studies.
Yes, I remember that.
Mr. Chairman, you asked what we will submit are some very pertinent questions, and the information that the witness promised us is of some importance. And we would.
So you haven't got it yet?
We haven't got it.
Right,
and
okay. Mr. Semenya, can you help us on this?
We're investigating how far the process is. It may very well be that the information is here, and we'll communicate that to my learned colleague, Mr. Bezos.
So you understand that even though the National Commissioner may be able to leave tomorrow, she will have to come back when Mr. Mpofu returns, which will be on Monday, I think. So you will then get an opportunity, if it's necessary, to deal with that outstanding matter.
I would like, I don't know whether to appeal to the witness or to my learned friends, but I appeal to both to let us have the information that they promised that they would have had 2 days ago, because we want to use it, because when Mr. Mpofu finishes, we want to question her on the further information that may be provided, and we would like to take instructions. We don't want to wait until the last minute, and I would appeal to all of them that the promised information should be filed as soon as possible.
Well, they've heard your appeals, and I'm sure your appeals have not fallen on deaf ears. Thank you. Anybody else apart from Mr. Gumbi want to cross-examine tomorrow?
Mr.
Gumbi said he can be about half an hour. All right, we'll see how accurate he is as a prophet. Very well. Yes. I understand also, Mr. Semenya, that you've indicated that when this witness, on the assumption that this witness finishes tomorrow, you need time to take instructions to consult further with General Annandale before you call him.
Indeed, Chair.
It seemed to me from what you said that meant that we would not be able to sit on Friday.
Indeed, Chair.
So I mentioned that when this witness finally goes in anticipation of coming back from Mr. We will then adjourn, and that may well be sometime tomorrow. We won't sit on Friday, so those who wish to make travel plans may find that information of use.
Into ezakwenzeka kuthiwa ke unenzeka into basingahlali ke ngolesihlanu ukuba uzawuhamba ucommissioner aphinda abuye xa ke ngokusebuyile usina council Mpofu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to be fair and give my learned friend the reference I made, which I couldn't have. My juniors have found it about my cross-examination of Brigadier Mkwanazi and all that goes with it. By the way, I had made travel plans for today, Mr. Chairman. There you are. The reference is to page 3546, day 33, 21st January 2013. It would be pages.
So you got the pages?
Pages 3546 to 3558.
I'm sure Mr. Semenya is grateful for that information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry that your travel plans proved to be made for the wrong day, but I don't think that
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
it's appropriate to allocate blame for that. We will adjourn now until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Sesigqibile ke ngoku namhlanje siyawubeka khona ngecala emva kwentsimbi yethoba.